sunny Cyprus, and all the restaurants did not make too much trouble and not too much hangover. My name is Fred. Nice to meet you. I will be your host for now, and I will also have a double hat. I will be also a speaker. So, I am representing Alchimia, which is a Swiss company, very active in the data management. When it turns to cloud, I always try to keep in mind that my favorite quote, and my favorite quote is, "It's not a cloud, it's somebody else's computer." And just give you some food for thought to start with. We'll have 3 speakers, like all the other sessions. We'll start with mine on the cost of data. Then we'll have Oleg from IPONWeb, who will tell you how to handle over 10 million queries per second in multi-cloud environment. Then we'll have Mohamed Hatoum from IBM UK, who will speak about maximizing application connectivity with IBM MQ. Then we'll finish with a panel discussion, which will lead us to the lunch and even more networking. So let's start with the first talk, which is mine. Thank you. Here it comes. So today I want to discuss with you if you really know what data is costing you and what data will cost you. I want to make you discover a new world. The point is, today our accounting teams receive more notifications from Azure than the IT teams. That's a good thing for the IT. Probably not so good for your forecast and your budget. So rather than to make a long presentation, I will answer the question right away. No, you don't. You don't know what data is costing you. And I believe it is extremely interesting to understand why a company such as CrowdStrike, for example, did put 400 million on the table to acquire a company that's called now Humio, that used to be called LogScale, to deal with the matter of data. So first, it's good to understand what we're speaking about. We all learned about relational database. We all use them. Extremely useful for very structured data. Think about somebody who keys in some data, or you import a structured file to a database. And this database, because it is relational, is designed to get some question asked that you know in front. And it is structured, it is organized to maximize the performance when you will ask some questions. Some of these databases, this is static data. This is not real-time data. This kind of database have been used for real-time data, and the least to say is that it could be a success if you make an explosion of your infrastructure, if you make an explosion of the capacity. However, for today's world, which we are experiencing right now, this is not the best option. Think about the applications that we still use, such as ERPs and CRMs and extra. Very well dedicated to that. Static data, perfect. We speak about databases. This new world that I'm speaking about is the world of time series. So, time series, think about a constant flow of data that is coming to you through various sources. And this is where you start to think about real time. and to really experience real time. Artificial intelligence, everyone speaks about it. Natural language speaking. Even think about monitoring that was set on some relational database previously, which was not designed for that, and that was creating a lot of problems. Now, this is today, artificial intelligence, and all that kind of things. Finance, I heard yesterday that the FINMA, which is a financial authority in Switzerland, needs to have access to all the transactions of the cryptocurrency trading with a granularity to 1 millisecond. Think about that. Makes a lot of data. For all the fintech folks who want to go to Switzerland, this will be a question to be asked. Think about cars, autonomous cars. This is huge amount of data, and this is real-time data. Think about robots. If a robot doesn't have his data real-time, then he will just fail, okay? So we don't speak about databases anymore. We speak about data factory. When you think about it, the artificial intelligence uses a lot of real-time data, and it works exactly the same as your brain. What's funny about that is my wife is very active in neuroscience, and she uses the exact same semantic, the exact same words. Your brain will get some data from its sensors. So, and the sensors represent your 5 senses. So you see some things, you feel some things, you hear, you smell, extra. There's always the 5th one that is difficult to remember. Sorry about that. The point is, you store some data and you have no idea what will be the questions that will be asked to this data. Let me give you an example. You know that there is a McDonald's at your favorite mall because you were just walking in that mall and you saw this McDonald's. Then the next day, your kids will ask you, are starving, and they will ask you to eat, and you decide to go to McDonald's. You know that there is a McDonald's here, you know the position of the McDonald's, you know how long it will take to drive to the mall, you know how long it will take to walk from the car park to the McDonald's, you know how long this process will take, you know what a McDonald's meal, you can plan your time, you can do something with the information. But until you did something with the information, it was not relevant, okay? This is what is called time series. This is a continuous flow of data that is flowing to you and that you need to store or not, or maybe drop, because this information is not important. And then there will be some question asked later. You don't know what they are, but you will need to do some simple calculations that you learn as a toddler. You will add some time, or you will transform this, the duration of your drive into a distance, or a distance into a duration. You will add that to various things, and at the end you will have the proper information, the information that is really interesting to you. That's why it comes to value. You had a set of data, or you have some data that is flowing to you, which is irrelevant until you transform it into something that creates some value to you. So let's go deeper in the process. You have to understand that there are several processes, and I would say 2 worlds in data processing. The first one is you need to collect the data. I will not go in details in all the steps, but APIs, WebSockets, whatever. You get that flow of data, and then you ingest this data. Ingesting means that you will enrich this data. Let's say you see that there is a McDonald's, and in your head, in your brain, you record the position of the McDonald's. Then you need to store this data. Those three first processes, this is the world of the data engineers. That's where they design some systems to be able to accept the flow, to maybe do some calculations to enrich the data, and then store it. And at this point, the data is available to the data scientist and the data analyst. So now the other world, analyze. We'll have to query, we'll have to maybe aggregate, and we'll use this data to diagnose, predict, we'll use some algorithms to make some predictions. Extra. Still, your data has no value. Think about something like the oil process, the crude oil. When you get the crude oil, it has no value, you can't do anything with it. It only has value at the last step when you get to the point it is in the pump and you can pump it in your car. And from the time it was crude oil until the time it is in the tank of your car, you had many various jobs that have been used. You had transportation, extracting, blah, 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 extra. That's the exact same thing for the data. There is another issue. The other issue is the fact that the amount of data is growing in an exponential way. I will just give you some numbers just to amuse you. Those numbers are not coming from me, they are coming from a McKinsey report about Volkswagen. Today, a Volkswagen car produces, and I will read because I don't want to say something stupid, 25 gigs of data per hour. Some of it is relevant, some of it is not relevant, some of it is stored, some of it is not stored. An autonomous car, a car that drives by itself, produces 3.6 terabytes of data per hour. Okay? Now, you might think, yeah, okay, that's a hard drive, it's not a lot. Volkswagen wants to have 80 million cars, autonomous cars, from now and within 8 years. 80 million cars times 3.6 terabytes per hour. We need to learn a new vocabulary for that. We're not ready. Oh, by the way, the Azure expense of Volkswagen today is 2 billion per year. Think about that. Huge numbers. We're not ready for that. Not yet. Sometimes we may not even have the vocabulary to express those numbers. And by the way, in 2022, some new units have been created. We heard about, of course, petabyte, zettabyte. Zettabyte is 10 to 21st to 21. We now need to learn about yottabyte, ronabyte, and ketabyte, which is 10 to 30. Wow, 1 and 30 zeros after that. New vocabulary we need to learn. So, I told you a lot about some problems. Let's go to some solutions now. You understand that there is a new world coming, or even you are already in that new world. I told you in the beginning that you don't know what data will cost you. Great, so now how do I manage my short, medium, and long-term expenses. Here is my proposed solution number 1. Overcommit. Do you remember that time when the infrastructure guys and the application guys were speaking together, and applications or infrastructure was asking, okay, what bandwidth do you need for your application to run? And then the guys were saying, I don't know, don't have the slightest idea. So what happened is that the infrastructure guys purchased some huge tubes, huge bandwidths to be able to deal with that. That was the overcommit, and I'm sure that this will come back. But this time this will be about data. For the next one, which is probably my favorite one, I want you to be prepared. I will mimic a bird. That bird is the seagull. The seagull management. The seagull, I didn't see a lot of them on the shore of Cyprus, but the seagull is a very funny bird. Basically, it flies straight to a person, puts a piece of sheet on the table, and then flies away while shouting. I'm sure you can relate that to some situation in your career. There is another solution, which is to, as CrowdStrike did, and put the money on the table. That's a lot of money. Good luck with that. Some companies are dedicated to that. Maybe you can propose to purchase, or you can propose to redesign and to redevelop some solutions that are already existing, which is my next point. Or, in this audience here, there are some startups that are working with specifically on reducing the cost of data storage, for example. I don't know if I see them, Petabox, that's what they do. They take one part of the process and they do it extremely good, okay? The company I represent, which is Alchemia, took all the 5 steps of the process and industrialized those steps. Why that? That's to help you to use less of your data engineers, to use less of your data scientists to do something that can be done otherwise, which is basically not relevant to your job. If you're in fintech, what's important to you is to understand the trades and extra. That's where the data has some value. We are at the render side. Do you really care about collecting the data? Do you really care about ingesting the data? Probably not. What you care about is to get the value out of this data. Rather than to go deeper in that process, I made an example. And I put a few numbers behind it. You probably all know Coinbase. Coinbase is the largest trade corporation for cryptocurrency in the US, largest by volume, if I remember well. And they have a publicly accessible WebSocket that issues all the details about their trades. Okay? That's a constant flow of data. You take it or you don't take it. If you miss one, then you lose the value of your information. They issue 6,500 tickets per second that you have to take and that you have to process. I wanted to give you an idea of what it represents. This is 3.7 kilometers of letters and numbers stick together, printed on a piece of paper. Then once you have this data, you are connected to this WebSocket, you need to ingest, you need to enrich, you need to prepare the calculations that will happen and that will provide some value to your data. In our case, with the 6,500 tickers per second, that would represent 16 hours of calculations by a human being per second. Then you need to store. This data is stored, it is now prepared, and you will store it, which in our case represent something like 40 movies. Not much, but still. The data is ready. We will leave the world of data engineers, we enter in the world of data scientists, of data analysts, okay? So let's say you want to make a dashboard that has some metrics. Each metric, to produce one metric, you need to go through, for the last hour, you need to go through about 9 million data points to make the calculations and to show the data only for the last hour. And remember, this is a continuous flow of data. So every second that changes. In fact, every millisecond, and at each ticker, it changes. That now represents 222 kilometers of data you have to go through to manage to do one metric. Finally, on this dashboard, you will want to have more than one metric. Let's say you have 20 metrics. An average of 20 queries per second. That means that you have to go 20 times through the 9 million points to be able to make your calculations. This data represents the distance between Cyprus and New Delhi that you have to do every second. Okay? So, what next? Here is how it looks like. What you see here is are two simple dashboards, and what I just told you is what is happening under the bonnet to manage to have those dashboards. Okay? This is a video. This is not live because that would have been complex to do. On the left, it represents all the trades on Bitcoin versus Euro. On the right, it represents all the trades by Coinbase on Bitcoin versus USD. Okay. This updates every second, so that means that this process starts again every second. And don't ever forget that the flow is continuing. That's not a static data. That's not something that you've stored and that you're querying. It is something that is moving at every ticker that is incoming. And remember, there is 6,500 tickers per second. This is what real-time is. This is what our issue is. Do you still think that you know what your data will cost you or is costing you? Let's see at the next Azure or AWS invoice, and we'll speak again about that. So we created that data factory that starts from the collection of data and that transforms it to some value to you and for your business. Whatever your data is, it can be finance. Yesterday we had some presentations about sex tech. I'm not even sure what we could do for them. For other companies that are in the streaming or whatever. Whatever the data is, for us that's not important. What's important is how we transform this data into value to you. Thank you for your time. If you have some questions, now is the right time.
Hello, my name is Oleg. So, what is your company actually does? Does it build custom pipelines for the clients who come to your company? For example, we need certain analytics on top of the real-time data, or what does it do?
There are so many use cases that I will probably have some difficulties to answer very accurately. I could answer with some examples. I'm taking one. Companies that are very fond of data are companies in the cybersecurity market. Data is the basis of the cybersecurity today. And with that kind of systems, what we do is that we are now in the process of seeing the premise, seeing the before an attack will happen. Then we see all the movements and we see that something is happening that will show that there will be an attack going on. And this is where data becomes value. You have an immense amount of logs, of monitoring points and extra on your firewalls, on whatever, on the servers. And the logs are usually something that are very relevant because we all did store a lot of logs without doing anything about the logs. Now we can, easily.
Okay.
And I was sure that Oleg from IPONWeb would ask some questions because I'm really waiting for your presentation that will come next.
Yeah, actually I have many more. But
Any other questions? So do we go straight to Oleg's presentation? Let's go for it.
hello everyone. Actually waiting for my presentation to show up on the screen. So hi everyone, my name is Oleg Korolenko and I'm head of trading infrastructure at IPONWeb. I have experience of over 15 years in IT and around 10 years of experience in EdTech. Today we'll be speaking about how we handle over 10 million QPS per second in one of our largest systems. Actually, it's even more, but anyway. So, a few words about our company. IPONWeb was founded over 20 years ago. This is a technology company, and it has been one of the pioneers in EdTech. We have built dozens of projects and custom products over this time, and recently we have become a part of even bigger technical family, and we've been acquired by Crypto. So what this talk is about? This talk is about one of our key systems, Innards. We have been in cloud from day one and have gone through quite a long journey to make this system working. And we have had to admit certain trade-offs in order to make this system working. And this is something I'm going to share with you. So a few words about what real-time bidding actually is. Basically, we have two parts. The first one is supply part on the left and the demand part on the right. The idea is that a website owner or application owner would like to somehow monetize the inventory or the users visiting its website and to make some money on that. On the other hand, there are advertisers who would like to buy a certain audience and to advertise their products to the right people. So there is a lot of websites, and in order for this supply to be represented, there is an entity called supply side platform. This is an automated platform who aggregates available inventory and then offers it to DSPs. And DSPs are entities which are used by advertisers and they manage their budget in real time. So the idea is that all of that is happening in real time, in fractions of the second, on ad request by request basis. And there is a lot of requests flowing through these systems, and auctions are played, and certain ads are shown. This is actually how most of the ads work nowadays. In some cases, there are multiple advertisers who would like to buy the same ad in real time, and in this case, the one with the highest bid would win an ad opportunity, and his banner will be shown to the target user. And this is what our system is actually doing. And there is a lot of participants on both sides, supply and demand, and nowadays we have over 100 of SSPs and over 100 of DSPs, each of them representing a fully automatic system that does processing of traffic in real time. And the idea is that if an SSP would like to connect to DSPs and participate in this market, actually it will have to do a lot of things. So first of all, it will need a technical integration with each of the DSPs. It will need to sign a contract with all of them. Plus, it will involve a lot of operational processes in order to make it work, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of complexity. What our system does is actually kind of technical middleware between SSPs and DSPs, and that simplifies all of that. So SSP only needs to connect to our system once, and then all the DSPs will be available from both technical and operational standpoint. From our standpoint as a provider of this middleware, it's a kind of a tricky task from technical perspective because there is a lot of requests we need to process. Nowadays we process over 1 trillion requests per day, and all of that's happening in real time. This is a simple model of how such a system could be built in clouds. We're considering a simplified version, assuming that we have only one region and only one cloud provider. The idea is that we have application instances. These are the heaviest instances with the business logic, with integrations between SSPs and DSPs, and all the logic on how requests need to be sent and where. And it's likely that one may need a load balancer, typically cloud load balancer, in front of the application instances, so that the requests could be distributed across the application instances that we have. Surely there is a lot of more systems involved. We need to process logs, we need to collect metrics and all of that. We won't speak much about that, and I'm going to focus on the most complex and most challenging part, which is real-time request processing. So these are the technical challenges that we actually have. First of all, the number of requests that we need to listen is quite high. So we have around 20 million queries per second at peak times. Secondly, we need to process a lot of traffic in real time. And in our case, given the number of requests that we have, that's petabytes of data daily. And we need to operate in multiple regions. And furthermore, the trickiest part is that all of that is happening in real time. So we have less than 200 milliseconds to process each request. It is further complicated by the fact that it actually includes the time that is spent for requests to travel from our instances to the DSPs and come back, and all the networking latencies. So given the restriction of 200 milliseconds, it means that we ourselves have, well, maybe a few dozen milliseconds to process everything. So this is actually a technical problem, and not only a technical problem, but also a business problem. And that's very tough to challenge, very complex to challenge it. And the idea is that the hardware costs are actually growing on its own due to the fact that the outer world has been changing. For example, some of the SSPs tend to send the same request multiple times, or a website owner may be working with several SSPs at the same time, so that we see the same request many times. And this is the recent trend, plus each of the SSPs can further multiply the request. So we have more and more incoming requests that we need to process it, do something with it. And it is not necessarily associated with proportional budgets and money flowing through our system. This is the list what clouds would charge you for should you build such a system. And these are the most expensive parts. First of all, load balancer processing for incoming traffic and sometimes outgoing traffic. It is a problem for us because we have much more incoming traffic that the traffic that we return back to SSPs. Secondly, outbound traffic, because we integrate SSPs with DSPs, and that means that we often need to send a single request that we see to many DSPs, so that one of them could decide which bits they would like to make. And if we make it in a very straightforward way, that means that we'll need to multiply the traffic a lot. And of course, it is outbound traffic to the SSP itself, so this is a response that our system needs to give to an SSP. We can do little with this actually, because we always need to give some response to an SSP that is requesting us. And of course, a CPU, because we need to process all of that, and it costs money. A few numbers about the traffic that we see. The incoming requests are quite heavy because they involve a lot of information about an ad opportunity, about the user, and the like. So it is roughly 3 kilobytes per request. If you multiply it by the number of requests that we see during the day, it will result in around 4 petabytes daily. And typically one SSP trades with a dozen of DSPs. And if we simply multiply the number of incoming requests and just forward them to the DSPs, we end up having even more traffic. And all of this traffic will be billable by the cloud, and it becomes really, really expensive. So we really need to do something with it. Yeah, and furthermore, over 90% is actually no one buying it. That means that we would still process it, we would send it, but no one is paying for it. Well, maybe besides us, because the processing cost is still the same. We need to parse requests, do something with it, forward it further, and have some networking costs. So this is what we do with the outbound traffic. The idea is that we won't send it as is, and instead we have kind of smart filtering. So we have machine learning models that operate on per DSP basis. And for each request, we may decide, is it actually worth sending a specific request to DSP, or we don't need to send it? So we have economical cutoffs that show us whether a specific request is worth to be sent to DSPs. Unfortunately, it doesn't come for free, because we filter some outgoing requests, and we also need to filter some money that are flowing through our system. But the numbers we filter, the amount of money that we filter, so is not that huge, and it's worth doing compared to the hardware costs that we would preserve. And the models we use are quite flexible, and they are able to quickly adapt to the outer world. So we build models every 30 minutes, and build them over a 24 hours logs history. So if something changes in the outer world, say we have a new partner or a traffic pattern is changing, then we'll quickly pick this up and have our models up to date, so they won't filter too much or too little. So back to our original list of the problems and the most costly items. Now that we have filtering on the right, we have actually solved one of the problems, and instead of sending requests to everyone, we would send only to those DSP who are buying something, and that bit more than the hardware and economic cutoff that we have. And it becomes more manageable, and it actually pays off. But we still have a lot of items to address. And this is what we do this time on the left side. So how we optimize the incoming traffic that we have. The idea is that we don't use cloud load balancers because they charge for the incoming traffic processed. We have our own software built in-house, and it not only does the actual load balancing between the application instances that we have, but it would also filter a part of the traffic that is flowing through our system. So, doing so, we have only a half of requests reaching to our application instances, and the application instances are the heaviest one and the most expensive ones. So we do both. We filter the traffic, and we also do the actual load balancing. And we no longer pay for the incoming traffic in any way. Of course, there are CPU costs associated, but it turns out to be much cheaper for us. And this part also has its own machine learning models. They're also flexible, and we build them frequently, once per 30 minutes. They're able to quickly adapt to the outer world. And unfortunately, we need to cut a little bit more money this time, but still, both filtering combined, we still filter not that much. So it is still economically viable and makes sense for us from hardware cost perspective. And having done all of that, these are the numbers of the top where we are. We still need to listen around 20 million QPS at the entry, but this time we actually send less than we receive due to various kinds of filtering, and it helps us a lot. So we would send around 5 million QPS instead of multiplications that we would have should we just forward everything to the DSPs. So we need to decide how much we should filter, and we have hardware cost model inside. The idea is that we can understand how much costs we will save should we use any specific thresholds for our machine learning models. We also know how much money will be cut, and the only thing that remains is to decide what we would like to optimize. So in our case, it can be the optimal profit that our system has, although it can be different parameter or even something done on SSP to DSP basis and highly customizable. So back to our list of problems. We have solved the problem with the outbound traffic. We have solved the problem with load balancer processing costs, and we have our own software that is much cheaper. We can actually do little with the outbound traffic because we need to give some responses to the SSPs. Of course, we have optimized that. We heavily use compression where we can, and the sizes of the responses themselves are not that huge as the incoming requests. And the most important point here we need to address is CPU costs. And this is what helps us a lot. We heavily use auto-scaling for our application instances, and auto-scaling is built on spot instances. Spot instances is a kind of instances in the cloud that can be withdrawn by the cloud anytime. And due to these restrictions, they are much cheaper, and they can be a few times cheaper, and it actually depends on the instance type. But the idea is that any moment in time you may end up having no instances for your software to operate on. It's not that good, and sometimes it actually happens. And in order to address that, we have on-demand instances. On-demand instances are just regular instances in the cloud. So if we're out of spot instances, we would have on-demand instances to replace them. It does not always help, and sometimes it happens that you neither have spot instances available, nor can you spin up new on-demand instances in a certain availability zone. And it's not that good because you don't have instances to operate on, and we have another layer of fallbacks so that we run the instances in a different availability zone. But luckily, it's not that something too quickly, and overall, it's very beneficial in terms of costs to live on the spot instances. We use them both in AWS and Google Cloud, and use a mixture of instance types. We have a curated list of instance types that work good for us. This is a screenshot from our production system, and it illustrates the number of instances that we have in production. There are 4 lines, and each line corresponds to a certain region that we operate on. And as you can see, the number of instances is volatile. It depends on the region and depends on the time zone, and also the number of partners and traffic that we have in our system. So anyway, the number of instances changing over time, you can see that it can be different a few times, and this is how it basically works. In our case, we've managed to do all of that, to make all of that work in a quite stable manner, and quite satisfied how it works for us. And a few words about our tech stack. So first of all, we tend to use clouds as infrastructure as a service, meaning we would only use basic services like compute, networking, Google and buckets for storage, but nothing more that could be considered as a vendor lock. And it gives us a lot of flexibility because we don't depend on a specific provider in terms of where we would like to bring up a new region or launch new projects, or we potentially can add one more provider to the list of the providers we work with. So we can do pretty much anything that we want, and if there are new instance types in any of the clouds, we can also use them, so it gives us a lot of flexibility. In terms of the tech stack, we use Golang to implement the pre-filtering part that does both the load balancing and machine learning models filtering. And we use C++ and Lua for our application instances. This is a common approach that we use in dozens of our projects, and it is a kind of a trade-off between building a high-performing ad server and having a scripting language to quickly implement the business logic. As for machine learning models, we have an internal pipeline to build the actual models. A few words about other technologies that need to be involved in building such a system. So, simply put, we don't use anything provided by the cloud here. Well, maybe besides bucket storage, because this is a common service which is available in any cloud. So we have our own monitoring, we have our own ETL built based on Spark, and we have our own analytics. So the main idea is that we tend to avoid a vendor lock. So finally, this is the list of the original problems that we have. Now we have solved the problem with outbound traffic multiplication. We have solved the problem with paying for incoming traffic. And now that we use auto-scaling, we have our CPU costs under control. So this approach worked for us. The idea is that we constantly optimize and do a lot of experiments and iterate with our experiences and experiments. And I believe this is something that will be helpful for anyone. So I highly recommend this approach. Thank you, and happy to answer your questions.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It was quite entertaining and quite interesting. I have a bunch of questions, if nobody would interrupt with theirs. So, okay. Let's start from the very first one. You said you are working in clouds from the day one. Why it was your choice to start with clouds? Because they kind of tend to be much costlier comparing with your own hardware on premise.
One of the reasons is that we operate worldwide, and we need to have data centers in all the main regions. So in our case, these are 4 regions, and building our own, using data centers or doing something with hardware and digging into having our own low-level experts in this area was too tough. So the project has evolved from a much smaller version originally, and we need to have something that scales well enough and can operate worldwide.
Okay, but I was thinking about like you could rent some hardware like in different spots. It's also available options. You could rent a spot service in Hensner and something. So also it's not tying you down to the precise hardware to buy it itself.
It's true, but it's still much more complex in terms of scalability than we have in the clouds. Because here we need to say we have a load which is 10 times higher than we have. Okay, we just scale more instances and can spin it up in any regions, whether it be Japan or US or whatever it is. And we would do that in the same transparent way, just specifying in our scripts that, hey, we need 2 more regions and just please spin it up. So it has been much more flexible for us.
Okay, accepted. The second question was about like the scheme is quite complicated. I mean, kind of you need to prepare, to bid, to sell, to deliver. So it's kind of all has own costs like traffic, inbound, CPU, and so on and so on. So basically, every kind of query for an advertisement has a cost, like in the end.
Yes.
Could be sometimes like the query is much more costly than the advertisement is.
Exactly. So we operate with CPMs, and when I explain the models, they actually take into account not only whether there will be a bid on specific request by someone, but also how expensive will it be and what will be the amount of money that will be bid by DSP. So if DSP doesn't bid or the bids are quite low, it would still be cut. So we won't send such requests to the DSP. And the economic cutoffs that we have, they actually incorporate the hardware costs for us. So we always know what is the level that we need to keep to so that make all of that viable.
The following question based on the previous one. I wonder, there was a line like 90% unsold.
Over 90%, yeah.
Over 90, even over 90 unsold. So from the user perspective, end user, I mean like who enter a website, it's like just empty frame without advertisement, how it would like?
It usually happens on SSP side because typically SSPs not only have RTB connected to them, but they may have a lot of functionality on top of them. For example, direct campaigns, so that they have some campaigns running with them on them directly, or have some fallbacks configured in their system. So it is often RTB is like another way of monetizations, and they have other ways to monetize this. So it's unlikely that you see a blank ad slot. It will always be filled by fallback or internal product advertised by an SSP or something else. Plus, the recent trend is that websites usually work with a bunch of SSPs, and it is solved on client side, meaning in JavaScript. So there will be a lot of requests coming in real time to many SSPs, and one of them is likely to bid something, and it's a rare case then an ad slot is unfilled.
Okay, okay, that's all for
But
now.
as for our system, yeah, the average bid rate is less than 10%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Oleg. Now time in welcoming Mohamed Atoum from IBM UK, who will speak to us about IBM MQ.
Very much. Hi everyone, my name is Mohamed Atoum. I'm from IBM and I'm so pleased to be here with you today, all the way from the United Kingdom, to talk about how you can maximize your app's connectivity with IBM MQ. Before we dive into the world of IBM MQ, I'm going to play you two familiar sounds that you probably have heard before. You haven't heard the sounds, but you probably can get the message. So, two everyday scenarios that are more connected than you think. They both depend on a technology that is secretly powering our lives, IBM MQ. So buckle up as we explore this hidden engine that is driving our modern world, and it's secretly linking modern enterprises together and increasing their communication and driving it seamlessly. These impressive stats will give you an idea on how important and crucial IBM MQ to the world's top industries. Picture this: 90% of the top 100 global banks, 80% of the top 20 telecommunication companies, 73% of the top 100 Fortune companies, and 90% of the top 20 insurance firms. They all depend on IBM MQ on a daily basis. This technology is the backbone for the world's most prominent enterprises and organizations. It's like the hidden glue that is sticking all of these enterprises together and making them function seamlessly and reliably. So before we dive deeper into IBM MQ, let's take a step backward and understand really what enterprise messaging is. Has anyone heard of enterprise messaging before? Okay, so I'm showing you something new. So usually when we say messaging, most people think of SMS. They think of one of the most popular messaging apps, Messenger, WhatsApp, iMessaging. While those apps are great for keeping up with your friends and family, enterprise messaging is designed to handle the more crucial and high-stake communication needs for enterprises, and specifically large ones. So imagine a world where thousands of employees, systems, and applications, they all need to communicate together reliably and efficiently, and this is where enterprise messaging comes in. So you might not see it on your home screen, but enterprise messaging is behind the scenes doing all of the work needed to power the organizations that we rely on a daily basis. So in the concept of enterprise messaging, there are two things: message producers and message consumers. Message producers are applications that send a message to the messaging system. And message consumers are applications that receive that message from the messaging system. And the messaging system acts as a mediator that stores the messages and delivers it to where it's supposed to be in the most reliable and efficient way. So you might be wondering, what's the difference between enterprise messaging or REST? Have anyone heard of REST before? Yeah? So REST is the representational state transfer, which is a web-based architecture that uses HTTP as its communication protocol. And there are some similarities between enterprise messaging and REST, but technically, the way that they approach message delivery and communication is slightly different. So REST basically exposes its resources over HTTP, and you can request them through POST, GET, DELETE, and more. And it's used for web-based APIs that can be connected and used by applications, IoT devices, and mobile devices, and so on. On the other hand, enterprise messaging acts as this mediator that delivers the messages between applications in the most reliable way from where it goes to where it's supposed to be. So while REST can be used for asynchronous messaging or asynchronous communication, it is really not designed for that. It is designed for synchronous communication over HTTP. And while it is great for web-based APIs, it is really not ideal for asynchronous communication as enterprise messaging. The cool thing about IBM MQ is that your applications will need to communicate with each other, but they don't really need to be programmed in the same language. So you can have multiple applications in a certain language, and they will be communicating with a bunch of other applications written in a different language. Furthermore, your applications don't have to live on the same cloud or environment to communicate. So you can have multiple applications living in one environment, and they will be able to communicate with other applications in a whole different environment. And the more applications we have, the more we will see the value of IBM MQ. It acts as this universal translator that translates the communication between applications. And you can think of it as this global village, like this conference, for example. People coming from different backgrounds, different languages, we're all here to collaborate. That's exactly what IBM MQ does. So the number and the different types of digital components that makes up a typical enterprise has blown up in recent years. In early 2000s, it was typical for an organization to have most of its digital components, like its systems, applications, and services, hosted on its own data center, under their control. However, with hybrid multi-cloud adoption and digital economy, this has transformed. Companies now are embracing multi-cloud and the hybrid IT strategy. And in fact, Gartner predicts that by the end of 2023, over 75% of small, medium, and large enterprises will have embraced and adopted multi-cloud or hybrid IT strategy. And this can be used to provide many services. Infrastructure as a service, you just heard about it. Software as a service, take Salesforce as an example. And also, in addition to public cloud, companies would like to utilize cloud technologies for their own private cloud purposes. So for example, in their own data centers, to spin up additional computing resources or virtual servers to handle the consistent messaging needs and to respond to spikes whenever they need to, and to implement redundancy for high availability. The way that companies communicate with their clients and their customers have emerged over the years, and especially since the pandemic. Since the pandemic has forced most communications to be digital. Banks can no longer rely on their customers to walk into their branch to do their banking needs and activities. Actually, customers now are expecting banks to provide them with a solution in which they can do most, if not all, of their banking needs on their mobile devices. Retailers can no longer depend on customers walking into their branches and purchasing items. They have been disrupted by the fact that over a quarter of their sales are being made online. So companies that are not embracing this digital economy are being left behind, while those that are embracing it are having a competitive advantage in the market and are actually dominating it. So as I said, enterprise messaging connects all of these digital components and their data in the most highly available, scalable, and reliable way. And IBM MQ allows you to do just that and have all of these digital components connected in no time. So think of MQ really as the wiring in the building that's moving the current between the outputs and the inputs to generate electricity and to make sure it is there in the right place. However, you wouldn't buy a house without electricity. And so many companies, they will not be able to function without MQ. And we have seen the slide in the beginning with all of these large organizations and top enterprises that are relying on MQ on a daily basis. And we all know that electricity is hidden, and so is MQ. So really, MQ is the wiring between all of these digital components. And we've all experienced this situation where we had an electricity outage in our homes, and we saw how annoying it can be, and we felt the impact right away. We can't do the most mundane things. We can't prepare food. We can't see at night. We can't do like the simplest things. So the question is, what would be the impact if tomorrow MQ ceases to exist? So why do you need MQ? As we all know, message producers, and as I mentioned previously, they communicate with message consumers. And they send a message, and it goes from the producer to the consumer as easy as you can see here. However, what would happen if the message that goes from the message producer, while it's going to the consumer, there's a problem with the infrastructure or the servers? Or what if the consumer is not ready to take on that message at that time? Well, that's where the value of IBM Q comes in. IBM Q is IBM's leading enterprise messaging solution that is facilitating the enterprise's most critical communications. So it has this message queuing technology that is a safe place for messages, and it is a safe place because once a message producer sends a message, it gets stored in this queue, and MQ waits for everything to be up again before it delivers that message to the receiving application. So if the application is not ready, or the application is not online for any reason, there's a problem with the server or the infrastructure, it will wait and will hold that message in that queue until it is up again, making sure that no messages are duplicated or lost. And this is quite important with critical messages, especially with enterprises like banks, insurance companies, and so on. So this is what we call asynchronous communication or messaging. And the closest example I can give is we have phone calls and we have SMS. When you call someone and you want to deliver them some information or you want to talk about something, and they don't pick up the phone, and provided they don't have the mailing service, you won't be able to give them that piece of information. You will need to try again, call them later, and then hopefully they will pick up the phone, and then you'll be able to tell them what you wanted to tell them. And that's a perfect example for synchronous communication. On the other hand, we have SMS, which is an example of asynchronous communication, in which you can send a message to someone, and they will have the message stored on their mobile phone, and then you can go about your day. And once they are ready to consume that message, they can simply pick up their phone, read it, and then they have it at their own pace. MQ is flexible, and it allows you to deploy it wherever you want. As we said, you can have your applications written in different languages, and they can be hosted in different environments. And so is MQ. You can host MQ, and you can deploy it on-premise. You can deploy it in one of the most popular operating systems, such as Windows, Linux, IBM I, AIX, OpenShift, and so on. Or you can decide that you'd like to deploy it on your own public or private cloud, such as AWS, Microsoft Azure, IBM Cloud, my favorite, and Google Cloud. And if you'd like to let IBM handle all of the hard work for you, you can go with IBM Cloud, MQ on Cloud option, and have MQ deployed automatically, and you can, within a few minutes, go right away and have your MQ ready for you to connect your applications. And be rest assured that whatever option you go with, your applications will have the same reliability, and the communication will be consistent across all of them. So, how does MQ work? Before we talk about how it works, because I'm sure you're now interested, I've talked a lot about the value of MQ, and you really want to see it in action. Let's talk about the messaging objects that MQ uses to facilitate the communication. So this is self-evident. We have the messages, and they have something called the payload, which contains the data of the message or the content of the message. But they also have something called a descriptor. A descriptor tells the queue where this message is coming from, which application, and where it's supposed to go. And also, applications can have the option to add properties to a message if the consuming application needs to know a certain thing. And of course, we have queues. Queues, they have the messages in which they store them, and then they mediate, and they route them to where they're supposed to go. And we have the queue managers, and you can have as many queues as you want within a queue manager, and you can have standardized configurations that will be applied to all of your queues at once. And of course, your applications, they can be written in so many different languages, they can live in different environments, and they will be sending the messages to the queue, and they will be receiving the message from the queue as well. So, MQ can handle a large volume of messages from so many producers and so many consumers. And the cool thing about MQ, as you can see here, we have this queue in the middle. The message goes to the queue, and basically the queue facilitates the messages in the same order that they were sent. So the message producers, they can send their messages without having to worry about overwhelming the server. And the message consumers, they can also consume these messages at their own pace without having to worry about overwhelming the server or causing delays for other consumers. And this is what we call point-to-point messaging. In this case, message producers are the senders, and message consumers are the receivers. So basically, a message goes from one application, it goes right into the queue, and only once the server is good to go and the receiving application is up and live, it can consume that message at its own pace. So a perfect example of this, imagine we have a big e-commerce website for a company like Tesco, for example. Who knows Tesco? Yeah? I believe I'm the only one from the UK then. So let's say we have this big e-commerce website, and this e-commerce website needs to have a system that continuously updates the product stock. So it needs a system that updates the website's stock database. So how do we ensure that with a high volume of orders, there are continuous orders happening on the website, how do we ensure that the orders and their stock are being updated continuously on the database? Well, we can do that with point-to-point messaging. The orders will go to the queue, and whenever the server is available next, it can pick up that order and then update it in the database, and so it goes. Another example, banks. When your account balance changes, banks can send a message or a notification from its banking system to the customers using point-to-point, so it notifies you about your new account balance, and then customers can receive that notification in no time, with no delays, and with the correct information. Because the last thing you want to do, for example, is sending a transaction to someone or sending money to your friend, and then the banking server is down and nobody knows where that money is now. So we want to make sure that we have this reliability. We want to make sure that every message that's going out is going to be delivered eventually. Another pattern, and you will be familiar with this, is publish, subscribe. So publish, subscribe is built on the concept of topics. So the message producers, they are called publishers, and the message consumers, they are called subscribers. It is event-driven, and all of the interested consuming applications will get the message at once. So how does it work? The message producers, which are the publishers, and the message consumers, the subscribers, they agree on a name for a topic. In this case, we have baseball scores. In order for a message consumer to signal that they're interested in that topic, they create a subscription to it. And then when there's a new message to the topic, it gets sent to all of the consumers. So it's worth mentioning that if you just subscribe to the topic, you won't receive a history of all of the previous messages. You'll only receive the messages from the moment you subscribe to the topic. And you can relate to this because I'm sure each one of you have subscribed to a newsletter at least once in your life. When you subscribe to a newsletter, you don't receive all of the previous messages or the emails that were sent before. You start receiving the newsletters or the emails from the moment you subscribe, and that's exactly the model that this is based on. The third one is request response. So request response, and the best way to explain it, imagine yourself as the owner of a large and popular ticket resale website, and you want to secure a large number of tickets for a certain event before you sell them on your website. But before you do that, you want to ensure that event organizers have already secured your tickets before you publish them on your website. So how do you do that? With the magic of request response. Request response, which is also based on point-to-point messaging, but the only difference here is that once the producer application, which is called requester app in this case, sends a message to the consuming application, which is called response app, it waits for a reply. So it creates another temporary queue, and then it waits for feedback from the receiving application before it continues. So think of it as your secret agent that is going to secure your tickets, and it's waiting for the agent to provide them with the confirmation before it moves forward. How to get started? If you'd like to learn more about enterprise messaging, because today it was just an overview of how IBM Q works, how enterprise messaging works, and I've shown the value of IBM Q. But if you'd like to learn more about the technicalities, and if you'd like to experience the connection of having your applications communicate with each other, I highly recommend that you go to MQDev Essentials Learning Path, in which you'll be able to learn more about it, and you will earn an IBM credential at the end that you can flex with on LinkedIn. But if you're good to go, and you'd like to start connecting your applications right away, and again, your applications can be in any programming language, and they can be living in any environment, you can get started with MQ on Cloud on IBM Cloud, in which you can sign up for free as a developer. You can have your MQ, your queue manager and queues already there for you, deployed, and you can start with connecting your applications. And if you'd like to take it to the next level and scale the queue, you can pay as you go, and you'll only pay for what you use. And the cool thing about IBM Cloud, you don't need to use the terminal or a black screen to control your queue or see the messages that are being received. You can use a graphical user interface console to do just that. So here we can see the console. You click on Manage, you can see your queue manager, and we can see we have 3 queues inside the queue manager. You can have as many as you want. You click on a queue, and then you can see a list of your messages, and also you can create a message to be sent from the queue to the consuming applications right away from the console. You have this method, and you have the method which is accessing the terminal and doing just that, but this is a more visual way of achieving the same thing. And of course, we can see the messages properties here that I just discussed from this console as well. And last but not least, MQ Ansible. Anyone heard of Ansible before? Cool. Ansible is an automation technology, and we utilize it in MQ to make it as easy as possible for you to get your queue and your queue manager deployed in no time. And this is one of the dear projects to me because I personally worked on it with a group of other developers at IBM. We automated the whole process, and you can literally deploy MQ on your virtual machines, whatever it is, and you can deploy it on 5, 10, 100 virtual machines with a simple click. And then once it is deployed, you can connect your applications right away. So I highly recommend that you check the GitHub repo. You can clone the GitHub repo, and then you can literally get started right away. And it is for free. So why not try it? I would love to connect with you all. If you have any questions, you can ask now, and I'll be happy to also answer further questions later on. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, or you can visit my website, mohammed@toom.com. And today, you understood the concept of enterprise messaging, how enterprise messaging is literally driving our modern world. You understood what IBM MQ is, and how important it is to facilitate the communications between applications wherever they are and whatever language they are written in. So I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you. Any questions?
Hello again. Thank you for your presentation. I think it has been a good overview of what enterprise messaging is. So the question is, if we changed MQ to any other name, like RabbitMQ,
Yeah.
the story would be very similar. So the question is, what are the key differentiators of MQ compared to, I don't know, RabbitMQ or whatever, which come as open source solutions?
Right. Very good question. So, as he said, there are other competitors, right? And MQ really specializes in delivering your messages once and once only. Unlike other competitors, I'm not going to be name dropping here, that provide you with at least once or at most once messaging, which means that your messages might not be received at all or they might be duplicated. Plus, MQ has certain capabilities that I did not mention today, such as native HA and uniform clusters. What does this mean? This means you can auto-scale your infrastructure horizontally and vertically across the infrastructure in order to have higher availability for your applications. This means if one of the queues, for any reason, stopped working, automatically it creates another queue to make sure that the server is never down. I highly recommend you go to IBM Developer. I recently recorded 2 videos about native HA and uniform clusters. If you just write IBM Developer on YouTube, you'll be able to understand these 2 technologies that differentiate IBM from the rest of the competitors.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. All right, thank you very much.
So, thank you all for these presentations. We'll not move to the part of discussion and the panel discussion. If somebody can help me with, yeah. So that's for you, Mohamed and Oleg, to be in front of the crowd. And let's start the discussion. So we have 2 mics that we have to share. I wanted to start with a simple question, guys, and that relates to both of you, in fact. In the sense, how do you see the use of messaging in your own business or in the capacity that you're managing today? Or is it something you already use? Yeah, I have to turn it on.
1, 2, yeah, okay. So it is quite applicable for our cases because we have a lot of log files. Now we have quite simple delivery mechanics for that. And messaging could be helpful in terms of streaming topologies for us so that the messages get delivered quickly to multiple subscribers or to multiple systems at the same time. So this is not something we heavily use now, but we're likely to need that quite soon. So it's very relevant for us, yes.
And you both spoke quite heavily about multi-cloud, which to me seems to be the unicorn, the thing that everybody wants, and it's pretty difficult to catch. Do you think you both have solved this issue, or how do you see things? Are you where are you in the process?
Oh, there we go. Actually, we've come a long way with IBM MQ. So companies now, they really depend on MQ to facilitate their communications over cloud, right? So when it comes to cloud technologies, you can't really just rely on randomness when it comes to communication. Messaging is quite essential, and everything has to be well put, and you need to also apply security measures for communication on cloud. There'll be some sort of collaboration tools as well to make it easier for teams to apply clouds in their business objectives and so on. So with IBM MQ, we provide just that, and we also provide the training needed for the companies to really know how to use this really effective technology. So I can talk a lot about IBM MQ and how important it is, but I'll leave it just that.
So as for multi-cloud, again, we use clouds as infrastructure as a service. So should we use some kind of messaging? It's likely to be either some open source product that we deploy regardless of what the cloud is. Maybe we could use some cloud services if the service is like we can migrate from one cloud to another. But generally speaking, yeah, it's likely that we spin up something open source with an abstraction layer across the clouds that we have and use it the same way regardless of what the cloud is.
Thanks for this. Don't hesitate to participate if you if there are some things that are coming to your mind. I have a third question. Sorry, I'm kind of taking some time here, and that question is for you actually. What about messaging in real time? I understand that you have huge capabilities. So do you? This is asynchronous. So usually this is not the best thing that you will choose for real time. However, you have huge capacities that probably will compensate for that. Do you have in mind some real time applications amongst your customers?
So again, MQ or enterprise messaging in general, it is very much needed for real-time communication. Well, however, you really see the value of it when things go wrong. So it does provide this real-time communication, but when, for example, the server or the infrastructure is not able to communicate or deliver these messages from one point to another, that's when you start seeing the value. So you can use other technologies for real-time communication. We mentioned REST, for example. But when things go wrong, you will start appreciating the value of MQ or having this queue in the middle to make sure that everything is facilitated. And even if sometimes it takes slightly longer to be delivered, at least you know it will be delivered once and once only. And again, as I mentioned before, there are other competitor providers. They provide similar technologies, but it's not messaging with once delivery. It's at most once or at least once, which is not ideal for most cases. So,
yeah. I have a question actually. You've introduced that you have a lot of data pipelines that operate in real time. So how do you actually use messaging inside your systems?
I absolutely won't be able to answer this question because I'm not at that level technically, and I would love to be able to do it. However, I'm afraid we'll have to do that offline, and I won't be able to give this this answer at the moment. However, very good question, and just for me, I'd love to know the answer. So you can count on me to come back to you and to explain you how the pipelines are working. I don't know. I don't know if that's messaging or if there are some different and various possibilities. This is something that just struck my mind, by the way. The first thing you do when you manage data is that you ingest or you connect to a data source. Today we speak about APIs, we speak about WebSockets, etc. Do you see messaging, as you describe it, becoming a kind of data source for the for standard data collection points?
I mean, if we go back to the first of the presentation, where you see all of these numbers, companies and modern enterprises are already depending on enterprise messaging to facilitate the communication between their applications. It has now become a market standard. It's not something optional or something that you would like to apply. It has been there for ages, but now people are realizing the value of it more and more. Enterprise messaging is vital, and it's really driving our world economy at the moment. We've talked about banks, we talked about insurance companies, telecom companies. it is having an impact on our lives without us noticing it on a daily basis. When you go to the supermarket and you pay with your credit card, when you transfer money from your app to another app, someone in your family or friends, you're actually using enterprise messaging without you even knowing it. So it's not something that's optional anymore, it's something that's vital. Even though we might not be noticing it, we don't see it, it's happening behind the scene and it's really doing all of the work for us. So yes, it has been the standard and it will continue to be the standard. And now developers are seeing the value of it more and more, and that's why you're seeing, for example, open source projects using MQ. A lot of developers are now applying MQ. For example, I come across some university students, they started implementing MQ, and you see quite interesting projects coming out of this technology. And it's really one of those things that will really, as I mentioned before, make it easier for apps to communicate with each other, and it won't matter what language your apps are written in or where they are. It doesn't let you worry about the complexity of the communication or the connection between your applications. You just have to focus on your business needs, focus on the app's logic, and it will do the rest for you. So definitely, yeah, it has been the standard and it will continue to be.
A few things to add is that actually there's been some trends around to decompose huge applications in terms of a lot of smaller ones, microservices and all of that around. I mean, there is a trend to have smaller applications and they need to communicate somehow between each other, which pushes the agenda even further because it becomes a common way to design huge applications and you'll have messaging in any case.
So this is a standard inside companies between applications. Do you expect? Do you see that becoming a standard for outside?
Again, it used to be something that only big enterprises apply because it's not the cheapest when you have so many applications, so many resources connect. But now with more and more developers understanding the value, and as I mentioned, we have like this open source project, so you can use like IBM MQ right away. You can deploy your own MQ on cloud and get started with it for free. There are some costly approaches when it comes to using MQ, but if you're using it for a low scale, for connecting a few applications, making sure that their communication is reliable, it's really not that costly to get started. But for example, for banks, for large enterprises, for insurance companies, they have the resources to pay for such a solution, and it actually buys their comfort. They're paying for the comfort because they know that once a customer is using their applications or services, the messages will be transferring and they will be going around in the most reliable and efficient way. So there is a value in the money that they're paying for such a technology. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. It's true about both huge enterprises and now smaller enterprises. Yeah, but again, it depends. If it is a technology company, as in our case, and we try to avoid vendor locks by all means, then yeah, we tend to use some open source ideas here.
Definitely can understand that. Any comment in the audience? Everybody sleeping? No, I see some eyes open. I can sing a song if you like. Maybe you don't want to do that.
I think it's a line, that's why. It's dark.
Any?
I have a question. Like, so,
yeah, sure.
Messaging is kind of a basic kind of software and infrastructure, and such services are also provided by the clouds themselves. So it is often even not needed to have another vendor to ship this kind of solutions. So there are even more options, like an open source solution or a cloud solution. So I mean, how do you plan to compete with a lot of options for a consumer to use this kind of services?
You know, there are so many options, as you said, but one of the things that these options don't have is the support that comes with it. So a lot of our customers, they don't only pay for the technology, they also pay for the long-term support because they're paying for their comfort, they're knowing everything is going as it's supposed to be, but in case things go wrong, they're also paying for the support. And for example, because I worked at IBM, I can see all of the engineers, all of the experts there. They're providing so much value to the companies, and they're really teaching them how they can take control of their queue. They're not just giving them a solution and they're running away. They're actually teaching them how they can configure things, how can they utilize this in the best way possible. You don't get to see a lot of this with open source projects or with plug and play kind of projects. And again, when it comes to MQ, I'm a bit biased here, but we have these differentiators such as uniform clusters, native HA, and such that they are patented by IBM and they are not evident or you don't see them in other technologies.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm almost interested about your MQ. So first question about the price.
About, sorry, what?
Price. How much does it cost?
Right, so as I mentioned, first of all, are you planning to apply it for personal use or for a small enterprise or a large enterprise?
I think for now small enterprise. It's about 10,000 consumers.
Right, so first of all, the beauty thing about MQ, you can get started with it for free to test how it works. So you can connect a couple of applications to see how it works. If it really meets your needs, you can pay as you go. So there's no standard price that you pay. You might have a standard price for support, which I'm happy to give you more information about after the talk. But for the actual technology, you pay as you go. So you only pay for what you consume. You have X number of applications, you have X number of messages going through the queue, you only pay for that. So it's really not costly, but it also depends on what add-ons you add with the technology. What kind of support are you looking for? Are you looking for a long-term support? Are you looking for extended support? There are so many things that to be taken into consideration, and I highly advise you go to the IBM MQ page. If you just Google IBM MQ, you go to the first result and you click on pricing, you will see more details about the support and other options that you can use.
Okay, thank you very much. And second question is, what type of integration we can do? So for example, is it possible to resolve some SMS notification to MQ?
Yeah,
through MQ?
Yeah, definitely. You think of it as this mediator between anything to anything, any language written of any application, wherever it is living, literally from cloud to on-premise to containers to virtual machines, wherever you have applications living, it can be communicating easily. I mentioned the banking system example. For example, when there is an account balance change, banks actually use point-to-point messaging and they use IBM MQ. And the chances are so high that most of the banks here, for your personal banks, they use MQ to facilitate their transactions. So they use IBM MQ to send notifications to their customers, whether it's email or SMS, with their account change or account balance change. And it's one of the reasons why banks can really depend on anything else, and they can't just have MQ cease to exist tomorrow, for example.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's happened. I worked in a bank. So indeed, banks worked with IBM MQ, but we
live example.
We kind of used it only in the place where it was mission critical. Okay. All other places were kind of replaced with kind of, let's say, open source alternatives. The second I could remember, I also happened to work in cellular operator. So here also I used MQs for SMSs, and there was one funny story. You could maybe read it in Reddit or something. Canadian cellular provider, kind of shut down the server and forget it to kind of to put a politics about returning the service online. So when they kind of turn the server on with the MQ, all the messages are kind of what was stuck on this very server was sent to the kind of addresses. So people started to receive messages was sent about half a year ago, and sometimes it was like you just get message from your ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend where she kind of congratulates you with Happy Valentine's Day. It was really all over the internet, the story. So indeed, it's kind of in use, and indeed, it's reliable. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the question? Okay, if nobody other have a question, I have one for Mohammed. So the first software project I launched was like in the year of 2008, and we've already used IBM NQ in this project. So how do you say it evolved since then? So now it's 2023. So since 2008, how it evolved?
Well, I'm not that old to remember how it used to be in 2008, but I can assure you that so many things has changed. One of the things, again, for the third time, I'm mentioning the technology that we specialize in MQ. Native HA is our own innovation, uniform clusters, and I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you go on YouTube, just search for IBM developer, and you will see my face. 2 videos explaining these 2 technologies in detail. But one of the things that also emerged is how easy it is to deploy MQ. I'm not sure how you've done it in 2008, but now with MQ Ansible and other open source projects that we have, you can get your MQ deployed in literally a few minutes. And not just that, if you have like 5, 10 virtual machines, you don't need to SSH into each and single one of them to get MQ deployed. You can simply use MQ Ansible, for example, and have MQ up and running on all of them in just a few minutes. So for me, the fast of deployment, in addition to the innovation that we've been coming up with, for example, to increase the high availability, the scalability, and the auto-scaling horizontally and vertically, is what has mainly changed and emerged since 2008.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see all of these live examples using IBM Q. So
I have one last one for Oleg. You mentioned that there's a number of functionalities that you excluded from your calculations, which probably makes sense, such as monitoring, logs, and extra. Do you apply the same concepts for that? Because I can imagine that over 10 million queries per second produce quite some logs. And you probably have a volume of tickers, of transaction that is that high that your logs also is an issue. And so how do you treat that at the moment? How do you see things?
We use the same approaches in terms of no vendor logs and in terms of technologies. But overall, the data volumes and the data processing is not that expensive as the real-time processing and the CPUs and networking traffic. Because first of all, the traffic flows inside our systems, so we usually not need to pay that much, especially if it comes within the same region, and we don't have that many charges for that. So I didn't mention that because compared to the traffic costs and CPU costs to serve all of that in real time, it's not that huge. But generally speaking, yes. Of course, we use open source things like Spark and similar things in other places. But yes, it's not that expensive.
Okay, thank you.
I have also questions about your logs. Did you keep all the logs full times? Did you store it for how long you store your logs files?
It depends and decided on a per log basis. So generally speaking, we have certain retention, which is not that huge, and we store them in the buckets. And you know, the buckets have different retention modes. So after a while, it gets to a different mode, and it gets much cheaper. We don't store them forever. Like some logs are destroyed after 30 days, others after half a year, because from our experience, we never need them. We never need logs of 2 years ago.
So you don't use these logs on a regular basis. Not use these logs to build some charts, some widgets.
So we have analytic systems on top of the log files. So once we have the raw log files, they get processed by our ETL systems and then transformed into some aggregated form. And then when you need a query or some kind of analytics, you would work with the derived data representation. And we don't need the original logs, which are of the highest volume.
Okay, I think that's probably time for lunch. So thank you for attending, and I wish you all the best for this afternoon, the sessions this afternoon, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
So let's think that everyone who wanted to come already here. Hello, everyone. I'm Yulia from SEMrush, and I will be your host for this track. First of all, how are you all? I know it was really intense, 2 days full of networking and speeches and everything, so I'm really grateful that you managed to come here to listen to us. I hope that it will be insightful and useful for you. We tried to collect the quality content for you. So I'm here on behalf of SEMrush. Can we please run the intro slides? Okay. So the first question, please raise your hand, those who know SEMrush or use it at work, maybe. Oh, hello guys, happy to see you here. For those who don't know, we are a product company. We develop a platform for digital marketers, and we help our users solve their everyday tasks related to search engine optimization, social media management, content marketing, paid traffic campaigns, and everything related to that. At the moment, we have 55 tools, and we keep growing. And we have offices in 9 countries and 13 cities, and more than 1,000 employees working both from these offices and remotely. And we are a product company, and we are huge fans of product-oriented approach, both in development of our tools and in internal projects, organization, and everything related to that. So we couldn't miss an opportunity to participate in ProductCamp. So if you want to know us better, you can follow us on social media or visit our career and company pages. It's available by QR code on the screen. So today we're going to speak about internal products. These are the ones which developed internally and used to solve the problems of our internal users, aka employees. I think that such products are not less important and valuable than those which we develop externally, because they help us to save a lot of time, work smarter and faster, and make some room for creativity and decision making instead of working on something which could be automated. And we collected for you 4 different cases from payments, HR, analytics, and marketing. And I hope these cases will inspire you to see something in your workflow which could be automated, and maybe your experience, our experience you can use in your work. So let's start. Our first speaker is Tulsi Patel. She was so kind to fly to us for 24 hours directly from London, and I think it deserves additional applause. She will tell us how they develop a payment system in Palta to speed up startup growth, and how they use product management approach here. So please, here is a clicker. Here is a mic, and I will be like time tracker, so I will show you some signals when the time is up. Please, stage is yours. Please, can you turn on the first presentation? Woohoo! Just turn it.
Hello, hello. Oh, okay. Let me, I think we're not at the front. Cool. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining. I know it's the end of the day, so I'll try to keep this pacey to keep you guys awake. My name's Tulsi. I'm a product lead at Palta, and I'm going to be speaking to you today about internal payment products. So just a quick agenda of what we're going to run through. So I'm going to go through who Palta are, who Palta Brain is, what companies we help, what products we have internally specifically for monetization and payments, the processes that we've been using and developing to build products better, and then just an example of one of those products, and then just to round off on what we're looking for in the future. So hands up if anyone here has actually heard of Palta before. Okay, cool. Hi. For those of you who haven't, Palta is a health and wellness venture capital firm, health and wellness technology company. So their goal is to empower all of you, billions of people, to be more health aware, more proactive about their health and wellness, and ultimately reduce the amount of fatal diseases that we're seeing today. I think everyone is probably aware that most of the illnesses that are rife are due to lifestyle, and a lot of these things are down to personal choices, and we want to help people make better choices. So Palta Brain specifically is the team within Palta who look at technologies that can help our portfolio companies grow and do what they do best, to take away that pain of startup life, so they can focus on their core product offering, and provide like a stable platform for them and give them access to things like analytics, data, a reliable and safe payments platform, marketing tools, and more. So I like to think of who we are as kind of like a tree. So you have the root of the tree, the trunk of the tree, and our main focus and goal is to help our companies grow faster by giving them stable platforms to work from. Through that, we can enable synergies and communities within the group. So every company within our portfolio specifies on a certain aspect of health and wellness. And through all of that, we have a vast amount of data, a vast amount of knowledge on how each of those companies can better serve their users. And ultimately, we want to lead this into the creation of new products, bundles, a health marketplace. Think of it like the Amazon for health. You have a single place that you log in and have access to all of these different tools that will enable you to live better and be more healthy. So just an example of some of the companies within our portfolio, you may have heard of some of them. So we have Pora, which is a skin health app. We have Simple Life, which is a nutrition-based app. Zing, which is a personal fitness coach. Lensa, you may have heard of the magic avatars that went viral recently. They're also within our group. Weatherwell, using weather predictions to better manage symptoms with your illnesses. And Flow Health, which is one of the leading global women's health companies. So just to give you an idea of the kind of reach that these companies have, as I mentioned, Magic Avatars from Lensa went viral recently. They were the most downloaded app on App Store, over 20 million downloads worldwide. And Flow Health itself has over 50 million users worldwide, and have recently been quite active in providing women with a safe way to manage abortions and manage pregnancy terminations after the overturn of Roe versus Wade in America, which has prevented a lot of women from access to this kind of health. So the impact is huge, and it's all for positive and social growth. So we're here to talk about payments. Obviously, all of these apps are subscription-based apps, so you download, you pay a monthly subscription, and you may have one-off payments that you make to access new features and products whilst you're using their services. Payments is really complicated, highly regulated, and very expensive to manage if you don't have knowledge and resource within your team to be able to do so. So rather than asking each company, hey, build a payments platform that serves your customers, we thought, let's build one that all of our companies can use in a safe and reliable way, and they can focus on their core product offering. So the monetization and payments platform is a set of services, as I said, to help the companies earn more money. It's not just to process payments, but also get the most value from each payment. Every time a customer pays, it costs the company money, depending on what card they've used, what currency they've paid in, which country they've paid in, did they ask for a refund, did they raise a chargeback with their card company. All of these things have an allocated cost. So to enable our companies to reduce that cost and increase their revenue, we've built this payment platform. We then, therefore, can mediate better commissions with payment service providers. There's 8 companies instead of 1 company, so the discounts and commissions that you can earn are much greater. Provide standardized data for all of those companies to be able to understand their users better, what kind of pricing models work for what customers in what geography, at what time of day, when should we run certain marketing campaigns, who are we targeting. Provide tools for them to be able to manage those. If you can imagine a company is active within even 10 countries with different price plans for each of those countries, it can become quite time-consuming and manual to manage. So we've built some self-serve tools to take that headache away. And also we have expertise within the team. So I myself come from a fintech background. We have our VP of payments and our global ops team that have heaps and heaps of experience at companies like Bumble and HelloFresh building these sorts of platforms before. So we can consult and advise all of our portfolio companies on how to best manage their payments. These are some of the things that we have as our sort of stars, the things that we're really focused on achieving for each of our portfolio companies, to maximizing conversion and acceptance rate, making sure that every person that goes through the App Store and downloads that app ends up in the checkout and makes that purchase. Minimizing the cost per transaction, as I mentioned, and minimizing the risk that somebody's going to ask for a refund or raise a chargeback. I also mentioned earlier about supporting new products, being able to provide bundles, offers, is quite complex. So something like cross-promotion is what we're really interested in enabling. Ensuring that data is safe. Payments data is very sensitive. It's a highly regulated industry. If anything goes wrong, that's a lot of personal information that could get into the wrong hands. So we're really clear on making sure that everything that we build is safe. And automation. Ultimately, we want all of this to work seamless in the background. You shouldn't have to think about payments. Payments is very emotional if you have to part with your cash, so we want to make it as seamless as possible for all of our users and also for the teams internally that are dealing with those users. So in order to build these platforms, obviously, there's lots of conflicting requirements. People in marketing want something different to somebody in compliance, to somebody in risk, to somebody in payment strategy. So we have a bunch of processes that we've implemented to help us prioritize better and make sure that we're working on the right things that are really going to benefit our portfolio companies and ultimately their users. I like to think of it as like a priority pick and mix. There are so many suites out there. Which one do you pick first? Which order do you pick them in? So we like to focus on these core questions when thinking about what we focus on building. So who ultimately are our users? Aside from the portfolio companies, it's going to be specific colleagues within those portfolio companies. There are payment managers, there are product managers, there are compliance managers, there are people in marketing. All of these people are impacted by payments. So what are we building to address what they really need? What are their pain points? If you don't understand the pain point of your customer, how do you know you're building the right feature in the right way to actually address that and ultimately deliver the right product? Where can we address them? Is it possible to do something outside of building through code and through tech? Can we put some workarounds in place? Are there products that we can purchase that already exist that mean that we can enable our colleagues to work in a better way? When can we deliver by? Is it something that we can do in a week, or is it going to take 6 months? How do we mitigate any issues that those customers are facing in that time period? And why is this of value? Everything that we build and deliver has to have some value associated. And I don't just mean monetary value. I also mean value in time saved, risks reduced, opportunities enabled. So these are the key things that we think about in our team when deciding what to work on. These are just examples of some of the tools and frameworks that we use within our team to actually enable this. So we use a prioritization process, which is the cost of delay methodology. Some of you may have heard of that. It basically takes into account multiple different criteria. So user business value, which is important to somebody like me. Time criticality, which is important to somebody in the C-level team. Risk reduction and opportunity enablement, something important to people in compliance and people in sales, and job duration and job size, which is really important to our engineers. How long is something going to take to build? How complex is it to build? Using this methodology, you can essentially figure out the cost of delay and work on the items that are going to give you the most value in the shortest amount of time. And it's a way that we use to prioritize our work and ensure that we are always building something that is going to deliver value quickly, whilst taking into account everyone's needs and concerns. We also use tools such as Figma, you can see in the corner over there, and also planning poker in Jira. I don't know if anyone in the room has tried it. It's a way of making estimation a little bit more fun without trying to make it too long-winded. We like to score all of our deliverables, our tech-level tasks, to make sure that everyone really understands, okay, what's the pace of delivery? How much can we deliver within the next sprint? How many sprints is it going to take for us to get something live? Time is of the essence for all of our startups. They don't have time to wait for a year for us to deliver a feature. So it's something that we use to ensure that we're always keeping track of our pace. And most important to me is transparency. There are lots of people that want to know what's happening when it's happening, so we have a public roadmap within our wider community on Notion that I keep up to date on a regular basis. It has quick cue cards with information on what each feature is, why we're delivering it, why it's important to you, where it is in our backlog, all the things that we're thinking about, and a place for people to send me feedback and recommendations. If there's something not there that should be there, please let me know. If there's something that is there and you don't think that it's of value, you can also send recommendation through there. So it limits the amount of meetings that we need to have, limits the amount of time wasted because something wasn't prioritized when it should have been, and it's accessible to everyone. Oh, I think I went the wrong way. So from our pick and mix, we are going to focus on one feature that we delivered recently, which is of extreme value to all of our startups. So it was the pricing configurator. So who does it help? Going through our 5 Ws again. It's the pricing managers and the marketing managers at each of our startups. As I said, they're all global companies. There are different pricing that they offer in different regions, different currencies, and it's a lot to handle all on your own manually. What is it? They have many products with varying prices across geographies, as I mentioned, where we want to provide a self-serve tool and a single, simple place for them to manage their pricing without having to contact our team to update pricing on their behalf or without having to use their engineers to do this for them. It took about 1 to 2 months to build. In the meantime, our team was all hands on deck, manually updating their prices every time they wanted to run a campaign. So it was of our benefit as well to reduce this manual overhead for us. And it's a value because you can run global pricing experiments without needing any technical resource. If a marketing manager tomorrow has an idea that they want to run some offer in Cyprus, they can do that at the click of a button without having to wait for some sort of technical development to take place. So this is just a screen grab of our design. It's essentially a self-serve tool, as I said. You have the different price points, the package defaults, and the payment method defaults that we offer in each country. You can filter at the top by the different startups, the different payment methods. So here you can see Apple Store and also country. And you also have the products underneath with each of the prices, the environment that it's available in, which user groups have access to it, etc., all visible underneath. Each of these also has CSV uploads, so you can mass changes on a spreadsheet and upload it straight into the tool. And you can tweak these as you see fit. So if you start with some base pricing based on what's worked well at your competitors or based on consult advice from us, we will upload that. You can run your campaign for a week, 2 weeks, see the results of that campaign, make some small tweaks, and then run some more experiments. So it's like a continual experiment that you can be tweaking all the time in the background without needing any technical resource to make any changes for you. And the main 2 things I wanted to focus on our build was the regular feedback loops that we had with each of our portfolio companies at each stage. So obviously everyone here knows that all products go through different stages: ideation, design, build the spec, build the product, test it, and then release, and you iterate. However, at each of these stages, we would consult with our portfolio companies, the relevant colleagues, to say, how does this design look to you? Does this make sense? Trying out things in our dev environment, in our pre-production environment, to make sure that the usability is really there. At the end of the day, yes, it's an internal tool, but UI is still important. If you release something that people have to ask you 10 questions about how to use it because it looks like, sorry for the engineers in the room, very techy, then you haven't done a good job with building your product. So that was super, super important to us through the build of this. And also the industry experience of having built it before. As I mentioned, we have very, very experienced individuals in our team that have built pricing configurators and payment platforms for very large businesses, and that really helped us with our design, not starting from scratch and having to do mounds and mounds of research and mounds of design iterations. We were able to start from quite a good place and make tweaks for the companies that we're now working for. And then finally, just to say that for us in the future, we really want to continue to make sure that our portfolio companies are maximizing their revenue, that the solutions are all scalable, that they're cost-saving, safe and secure to use. We would like to white label them at some point and make these things available for companies that are not in our portfolio as well, to help them benefit from a truly innovative solution. And we also want to remain as the center of excellence for all of our portfolio companies. We're available anytime to help them with anything payment related. So yeah, that's everything from me. Are there any questions?
Hi, my name is David, and thank you for the interesting presentation. I'm not sure if I understood it correctly. So this tool that you developed, can it replace like in-app purchases that are done on App Store and Google Play, which will save the company the hefty price that you have to pay for the in-app purchases, which is 30% if I'm not mistaken?
No, so it's slightly different. So the customer would obviously still have to go through the app to be able to make the purchase. They still have to download. So you can't really nowadays get away from Google Store or Apple Store if you want your app to be available to lots of people. The product that I'm describing is internal. So for example, we are based in Cyprus. Let's take Simple Life, the nutrition app. They will have a premium product that if you subscribe to it, it will give you recipes and diet plans based on the ingredients you have in your fridge. So you input some ingredients and it will tell you, okay, here are all the things that you can make with that, and this is how it's going to help you on your nutrition journey. That feature is only available on premium, and you price that at, I don't know, 10 euros. You run that experiment for maybe a week and you realize there's been a massive drop-off rate in the number of people purchasing premium because it's too expensive. You now want to change the price. Instead of having to go through your back end and update your pricing within the code, you simply access the pricing configurator, update the pricing, push, and it's out into production. And you can run that in multiple countries, on multiple products and multiple currencies, all at the same time. So it just means that if you're in marketing or in product, for example, within Simple Life, they don't have to ask us, please can you update my price for this country, for this currency. They can run all their own experiments and just have an internal tool that helps them do that.
All right, thank you.
No worries.
Thanks. Also from my side, thanks. I'm quite interested in basically the trade-off that you're investing in now with centralizing services, with basically a growing portfolio of companies coming in. So how are you keeping up with the speed of innovation and speed of demand for new services or changes in services? And just out of curiosity, how long is your backlog?
Never ending? No, I'm joking. Yeah, so your question's really interesting. Pauta are quite specific about the companies that they actually bring into their portfolio. So it's not like every single wellness app out there is going to be able to join us. They are quite specific about not just having loads and loads of portfolio companies within our family and then deciding, you know, which ones sink and which ones swim. They're very specific about the one they choose. So we have quite a stable customer base, if that makes sense. We also know from experience, as I said, my manager, he was the head of payments at Bumble before and has built platforms like this in the past for subscription businesses. So it puts us on quite a good starting point, that we're not having to do loads of research and figure out what's ongoing. Also, for a lot of these startups, their core product is not payments. So they kind of are looking to us to say, what are the things we should be focusing on, where is the new innovation, what are the compliance regulations we need to be aware of. So actually it's an area which we're quite in control, which makes it a lot easier to manage customer requests, because we know from a basic payment platform perspective, you need these 10 things. Until those 10 things have been built, there is no way we can do any of the cool stuff that comes later. And that's how we manage our backlog right now. So at the moment, we're very focused on the core platform, being able to process payments safely and securely, and actually do what their existing expensive solutions that our startups are using does. And then beyond that, we can start to look at wider payment strategy in the future. And our backlog is like, I don't know, maybe hundreds. Any other questions?
Yeah, hello, thanks for presentation. Could you share some examples of how you set up your business goals, I mean your team goals, because it looks like your internal platform team, and of course you have some specific how you set up your goals, because like you're just providing internal tools for more, I would say, front-end teams who's delivering it to customers and making business, but you as a platform team, some examples of your goals.
Yeah, so we use the OKR methodology. So Palta as a business will have company objectives that they want to reach within the next 12 months, the next 18 months. That then filters down into each of our individual department goals. How are we going to help Palta reach their objectives of a certain level of growth, a certain level of increase in users, etc. So for us in payments, we then take those Palta objectives and we break those down into payment objectives that are going to help us reach those. Each of those payment objectives is then built into key results of things that we need to actually achieve, like metrics or actual tangible goals, like see an uplift of 50% in volume from Simple, for example, through the monetization and payment platform. Because right now they have their own existing solution. When they're migrating over to ours, we want to see a certain level of uplift within a time period, and then over time that will increase. So we use OKR methodology across the group. It's the same for the team that sit within data, the same for the team that sit within marketing. And all of our objectives, obviously, are going to marry into the startup's objectives, because Palta is an investor in each of those companies. So it all sort of goes into the same umbrella objective.
You still have time?
Sorry, I will be quick. I will try. Well, thank you. It's a very nice presentation. You have a really cool company. Impressive.
Thank you.
And I'm interested, do you have any other platform products for your startups?
Yeah, so payments is just one I've discussed today. We also have data and data analytics. So there's a back-end data platform where we are collecting all information from the current analytics tools that those companies are using. So that's not just payment data, that's also data around users, it's also data around investor metrics, etc. That all feeds back into the back-end data platform. And then we have a front-end data analytics platform where we're looking to create dashboards to help all of the startups better understand their users, but also for our own internal use to track how we are delivering as a company. So within Palta Brain, there is us in the payments team, there's another team for data analytics, and another team for data backend.
Cool, thank you.
No worries.
Okay, so I know that Tulsi is having her flight back to London pretty soon, so we should let her go. Let's thank her again. Thank you so much for a great presentation. The next speaker is Natalia Galindo Bejarano. I was specially trained to pronounce her last name. She's my colleague from SEMrush, HR department, HR operations, let's say. She just celebrated her first year anniversary living in Cyprus, and her favorite sport is poker. And today she will tell us about internally developed product at SEMrush, which helps to save a lot of time for our HR specialists, solve a lot of HR operation tasks much faster, and reply to our employees in seconds. Please, the stage is yours. Check, check.
Hello, guys. Thank you very much, Julia, for a warm welcome. Guys, it's very nice to see you all here today. I hope you're doing super amazing. And I will try to tell you as the same perfect way as the previous girl did about our product. So let me just go back to the beginning. And that's it. So yeah, hello again. A little bit about me. Sorry. Oh, now it's better? Yeah, perfect. Hello, everyone. So, just a couple of words about me. My name is Natalia Galindo-Bejarano, and despite my last name, actually, I'm Ukrainian. So, I've been living here in Cyprus only like for 1 year, and I've been working in SEMrush like for 7 months. What about me? What do I do in SEMrush? I belong to HR Operations Department, HR Technology Team. So, my first question to you guys, do you know what is HR Technology Team? What do we do? Yes, okay, perfect. This is awesome. So I would like just to add a couple of words regarding our team. First of all, when it comes to HR specialists, what do we want? We want them to spend less time on some routine tasks and dedicate their potential to something bigger. When it comes to employees, what do we want? We want them to enjoy interacting with HR processes and not suffering like from bureaucracy. And when it comes to company in general, sorry, we want them to reduce the costs. When it comes to our dreams, like from HR technology team, what are we dreaming about? We are dreaming about an automated HR world where any issue can be solved like with just clicking one button. And we are working on our dreams come true with the help of our internal development team, automation team. So this is briefly about what do I do in SEMrush. And actually, this is why I'm here. Today, I would love to present you our internally developed tool, which is called HRBot, and which helps us to decrease the time that our HR specialists spend on some routine tasks, and also to increase the engagement of all the employees. I hope that our story can be like an interesting example of how you can merge different information, different requests from different systems into one tool and present it to the employees. So, HRBot, what is it? HRBot is our helper which is present at almost all the stages of employees' life cycle, starting on the hire date when HRBot helps us to add our newbie to all the channels needed in our corporate messenger, Slack. Actually, any employee can find HRBot in our Slack applications, and it's available for all the employees. And actually, its features differ depending on the employee geography and employee employment status. So this is how the logo looks like. And so yes, about HRBot content. The content for HRBot is created by our HR technology team and is implemented by our automation team. So, for example, if we talk about numbers, sorry, wrong button. If we talk about numbers, per day, HRBot can help like to 5 people sometimes to 250 people per day. On average, our numbers are the following. We have like 1,800 requests per month from 600 unique users. The main source of information for our HRBot is our HR information system, and actually this is why we can give like personalized help, personalized answers to our employees. So maybe a little intriguing, but before I tell you what kind of requests we have and how we can do it, I would like to tell you more about the history, how it was created and why actually it was created, our HRBot. So a little bit of history, back to 2019. When before like HRBot was ever born, we had another bot developed by internal development team as well, which was called like EarBot. Yeah, like it was a simple one which offered for employees to check how many vacation days are left for them this year. It was a very, very simple one with like one function, but actually when for some reasons our development team stopped to maintain it, our HR specialists felt that immediately because the number of requests regarding this topic was very high. So after that, we understood that we have to do like something with it, you know, because like our HRs cannot just answer the questions in Slack. And this is why actually it was like some kind of trigger, yes, why we went out with this idea. But of course, it's like much more than that. The main reasons why HRBot you can see on the screen. So number one, tools and process diversity. SEMrush is an international company. It's a global company with a lot of different tools, a lot of different processes, and sometimes employees just can get lost because of like different systems where different HR requests can be stored and different information can be stored. So this is why we decided that we need like one tool where we can put all these requests together so it could be comfortable for our employees and also time saving for them. How do you think why we decided to implement it in Slack? Any ideas? Access, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. This is like one of the most important reasons. Slack can be easily installed on the mobile phone and you can access this tool from anywhere, anytime. And actually this is a very comfortable tool for almost everyone. And this is why we decided that, okay, starting from today, Slack will be our main employees guide. Okay, with this reason, it's kind of clear. Next reason, big amount of routine HR tasks in the company. I wouldn't actually say that we have like very complicated processes, but we actually like face the reality that people prefer to ask questions in direct messages than like checking all the scope of information in knowledge base, for example. Yeah. So this is why we understood that we need to like implement a tool to help our HRs to concentrate on different tasks. And this is why once again Slack was chosen, because like before people were writing to HRs in Slack. Right now they can write to HRBot in Slack. Like the same procedure, like different recipient. And reason number three, it's easy personalized HR user experience. What is it about? I will give you here like a simple example. SEMrush, being like I said, an international company, can have like teams distributed in 3-4 different locations. Each location has its own public holiday calendar. So what should manager do in order to track like all the absences of his employees? The better solution for us, we think that if he can receive like personalized notifications about the public holidays from all the team members despite of the location. And actually this is one of the main goals of HRBot, yes, to send the alerts to people that can be useful for their workflow and can be useful for their work in general. And for example, another example. Let's say that you are like drinking your evening beer, or I don't know, you are going to a concert and suddenly you remember that you wanted to take a PTO for tomorrow, yes, so you won't be like in the office. Our idea is to let our employees create such requests from anywhere and anytime, like having no access to laptop, for example. And this is why we think that our HRBot helps us a lot in this case, because, for example, I don't know, you're just relaxed and some urgency came up, you just go to HRBot and you can request a PTO and it will go to the needed place. So these are like the main reasons. Okay. A couple of words regarding the process creation. So, as I said, in year 19 we had this EarBot, which was very simple, which could where employees could check how many vacation days are left. So after it was stopped to be maintained, we decided to make a minimum viable product, yes, in order just to check how our employees will react to it. So the first product, the first project was created maybe in 2-3 weeks, and it was very, very simple. So what did we offer to our employees? We presented HR bot, so you can find him in apps, you can say hello, and you will be able to perform 3 simple requests. First of all, check the time offs of your team. Second, request PTO if you need it. And third, check the equipment that you have. So these functions were quite simple. Our idea was to check the reaction, to collect the feedback, and without investing a lot of resources into it. And actually the feedback was amazing. So our employees enjoyed it, and we decided not to stop on this step. This is why we started to add different features to the product, simple ones and also complicated ones, like for example overtime request, which requires not only send the request, but also to receive an approval of the manager. Also, HRBot sends notifications to different people, and also it makes a record in our HR information system. So all the features that we launched actually had a success. This is why we continued, and in year 22, we had the following result. Actually, HRBot was present at almost all the stages of employee lifecycle. Step by step, we designed it to serve to 3 main purposes. First of all, send custom or programmed alerts and notifications. Second, to give employees an opportunity to make HR-related routine requests. And number 3, receive certain information about company and about employee himself, for example, about benefit balance. So this is what we have right now. This is our HR bot, our tool, which helps to automate HR tasks. So a little bit more about the product that we have right now. This is how our start menu looks like. So when any employee types hello or hi or something like this, HR bot shows the following menu. About you, send requests, settings, notifications, what I can, and send feedback. These are actually the main points of our HR bot. Actually, employee doesn't need to to call this menu all the times. He just can use some keywords, because we teach our bot to recognize different keywords. So, and if employee needs to send requests, for example for PTO, he can just type PTO. But yeah, we guess that this menu is quite intuitive and quite simple, so our employees can easily check where should they go to receive some kind of information or help. So let me tell you about the main features that we have right now, because unfortunately I won't have time to tell you about all the small things that bot can do, but only about the main features. So first of all, about me. Here I would like to tell a small example from my personal life. When I still was in Ukraine maybe 2 years ago, I had to fill out some document regarding some health insurance. And I was in a hospital and I had no access to my laptop. And in this document I had to put out the information about company, the legal information, and unfortunately I had no idea about some tax payment number or something like this. This is why I had to basically Google this information, and of course I wasted a lot of time on this process. Right now our SEMrush employees don't have to do it. Any document you need to fill out, you can go to HRBot and check all the information you need about the company. Everything is there and everything is location oriented. So if I'm from Cyprus, I will see information only about Cyprus legal entity. Next, what I can see here, it's also information about my benefits balance, so I can plan my money accordingly. Next feature, I would say it's the most used one right now. It's everything related to time off requests. So instead of going to different systems, our employees can request everything using HRBot. They not only do these requests, but they also receive all the approvals they need, the notifications they need, etc. And also they can check how many future day offs their team has. For example, Slack can send alerts about future out-of-office requests of their teams. Actually, you can not only check your team members, but also you can subscribe to different people from the company who are important for your workflow, and you will receive the notifications about the absence of these people as well. I guess this is the most used right now. Next one is document request feature. This feature involves the participation of HR operations department. What is here? We as HR technology team, we've collected information about different documents which employees might need in different legal entities. For example, employment certificate, relocation certificate, etc. And we show in bot the list of such documents to our employees so they could check what they need and send the request right away to local HR ops. HR ops receive such notification, and this notification already contains partly all the information they need to issue this document. And this is like time saving as well. So this process works like this. Next is about learning. If any employee can visit HRBot and can check which language classes are available for him and can enroll himself right away to these courses. As well, he can leave a request for some course or training, it doesn't matter. So everything is done through HRBot. Also, an interesting feature for hire managers, they can leave a request for a new team member using HRBot directly. And of course, a big part of HRBot is dedicated to alerts and reminders. Just a few examples which alerts and which reminders we are sending to our employees. First of all, to new hires, we are sending, of course, a welcome message with like some warm words, and like maybe 2-3 hours later, we are sending them a beautiful image that they can share with, in LinkedIn, for example, like in order to celebrate the new position. For birthdays, we are sending as well warm words and a certificate to celebrate this day with our employees, some gift certificate. And the very similar feature is for probation period end. When this term is over, our employee receive a message and instructions how they can receive a small gift to celebrate it. And of course, HRBot not only sends alerts to all the employees, but there are some specific alerts only for HR division. In this case, HRBot, for example, helps us as HR technology team to monitor which fields were not filled out correctly in HR's system and to correct them. And also, HRBot sends to all the HRs the list of birthdays, terminations, new hires, etc., in order to make their process of creation of the welcome message, for example, easier. So this is it. We can also use HRBot occasionally. Our last success story, it sent Valentine's Day. We offered our employees to send Valentine cards using HRBot anonymously or in person, and we had some fun with it as well. It was only one-day feature, but it worth it. And of course, we monitor every day our statistics, we check the feedback that we are receiving, we check as well the feedback that we are receiving in channels, in different channels, so we are very attentive to this moment, and we are not going to stop developing our product. This is why I would like to comment just a little bit about our future plans for this HRBot. First of all, we are going to use it to automate the benefits flow in order to make this process comfortable and easy for employees without any bureaucracy. Next, we would like to make the following flow. Employee types a keyword, we are sending him a brief overview and a link to our knowledge base page in order to make this process easier. Also, we would like to send office tips for our newcomers, telling more information about the offices. And regarding number 4, when I sent this presentation to organizers, it was still a plan, but now it's already a reality, so we are fast. We already launched number 4, a reminder about probation period and for managers and HRs in order to show them which steps are following. And of course, we would like to introduce the HRBot to our offboarding checklist in order to help our employees with all the duties. So, summing everything up, right now our main focus, I would say, is to keep the balance, because we want HRBot to be useful and not to be irritating for our employees. This is why we always carefully design all the processes, thinking about what should we remind them about and what we shouldn't remind them about. like a brief proof of our success, I would say that right now, if like we need to improve or create any process, like for HR, of course, our colleagues are normally asking, and where is the HR bot in this process? So people like want to involve HR bot in their process, and it actually proves that this tool became like an indispensable helper for us. So this is about HR bot. And my question to you guys, would you like to have something like this for you? Sorry? Yeah, right now any questions are allowed as well. Thank you very much.
May I use my right and ask one short first question? Do you know how many Valentine cards were sent via HR bot?
I checked this one, really checked, because I supposed that this question could be asked, so it was about 500.
Oh, I definitely sent 5 or 6, I guess, out of this 500. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So yeah, guys, any questions?
So much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Which HR system do you use?
We use Bamboo HR.
Bamboo HR. I have a question because HR bot sends a lot of reminders to all, like to operation, to employee. But let's say Bamboo HR also has all these features, kind of sending in Slack, the same like kind of chatbot. So doesn't it like double this activity, or how do you consider this option from Bamboo HR?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, we are having like our custom alerts that come only from Bamboo HR, and if we have it already from Bamboo HR, of course, we have no need to send them in Slack. But there are some cases when, unfortunately, Bamboo HR is limited, and we cannot like set the alerts or reminders we need. So in this case, we're using Slack bot, or when it seems for us that this is that it looks more beautiful in Slack, for example. So in this case, we switch to Slack. But of course, we are very careful not to double the notifications, and as I said, not to make HR bot annoying, because in this case, like it will be no sense at all from this tool.
Thank you. And another question. So now it's considered like internal kind of product you have. So and now you are planning to sell it to external clients as well.
No, it's our internal product. So
okay.
Yeah,
okay, thank
it's
you.
ours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Sergey. I have one question, maybe two. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Simraj because it's an amazing company, and Oleg and Dima are really unique person. The question is, everybody now talks about HR bot. Maybe if you have some insights how HR bot could be useful in the way of integration with your HR bot. So if you maybe have something in mind, if you have, and if it's possible, could you please tell us your insights how it could be integrated one with another?
Well, I'm not a developer, unfortunately, so I'm not sure if I can respond this question.
From the user's perspective, so your employees maybe wanted somehow to interact more humanely.
I'm sorry. I just heard that you said something like HR bot implemented with HR bot. Did you mean ChatGPT?
ChatGPT, of course.
Of course.
Sorry.
Okay, now I got it. Okay. So, sorry, now I got it. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, regarding this one, we are actually investigating like the possibilities of how we can like mix both together. So of course, I guess that it could be very useful for our employees, and this is a very like trending and interesting idea. So I guess that our idea, like when an employee sends a keyword and we are sending him an overview and a link to KB page, can be like something similar, yes, in certain way. But of course, ChatGPT is more than that. So right now we are like more following our business needs, but of course this one is very interesting, and we are thinking about something like mixed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How can you estimate the results for your company, estimation this project? First of all, and how much times you would save And maybe about OKRs about this project.
Yeah, regarding the hours saved, like due to our estimations, we are saving right now like a couple of hours for HR specialist per week. So for us, it's like an interesting result, a good result, yes, that we can save using HR bot this amount of time. Of course, we are planning to make it bigger, and eventually our our key goal is to have the following. So our HR specialists don't have routine tasks at all, I would say. Yes, of course, it's like an utopia. Yes, I'm not sure if this word is from English, utopia, but yeah. Of course, it's something like we dream about, but yeah, it would be like the top goal for us. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I was wondering, is it possible that bots can optimize for each employee to make a customized profile based on what you ask the HR bot, for example?
But what do you mean by personalized profile? So, for example, when employees say hello, so
yeah, for example, if you ask, you say your name and where you work, then it can save the data and make it better, for example.
Well, right now, what is going on? Right now, HR bot already knows who is talking to him, because when you tell hello, HR bot knows, due to the synchronization with our HR information system, that this is you working in Cyprus, you have this name, you have this last name, and this is already what's happening.
Yeah, just to continue my last question and regarding the previous, it's like my idea how it could be useful. Maybe I think you have a lot of information in Confluence.
Sure.
And about ChatGPT. You could collect all the data, integrate with ChatGPT or the same AI technology, and make like personal assistant for the employee. Maybe this way it could be, it can become more humanity, and a lot of people can react with, can deal with it, with him maybe, more in humanity way, let's say.
Yeah,
so
sounds cool.
Just an idea, maybe.
Yeah, sounds cool. Thank you for the idea. Thank you very much. Anyone else, guys?
I also have a question, if it's okay. I know that you're not a developer, but maybe you know how many systems now are combined in HR bot, like from how many sources it collects the information?
Yeah, so the main source is HR information system, of course, but also our HR bot is synchronized with Jira in order to send like tickets, for example, to office management when needed, to IT support and stuff. Also with Google services as Google Calendar, because like when we publish out of office requests. And also, if I'm not mistaken, we are synchronized with Recruitee system, so with recruitment system, in order to check the data as well. So yeah, I guess this is like the main list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's give some more applause. Thank you so much. Amazing presentation. And let's move on to our next speaker. Of course, we couldn't leave you without something related to data. And today with us, Nikolai Valiotti, CEO of Valiotti Analytics. And Nikolai and his team built analytics and reporting systems for their clients. And actually, I know that Nikolai likes to use analytics and reporting in his personal life. For example, he made a dashboard about first 8 months of life of his daughter. I think it's like the cutest data you could ever seen. And today, Nikolai will tell us about one of the cases they had together with the team, building the analytics and reporting from a tech project from scratch. Please.
Hello, everyone. Oops, sorry. It was loud. Yeah, as Yulia told, my name is Nikolai, and today I'm gonna tell you some our journey and adventure of how we build the data analytics for one very popular company on the Cyprus market, a tech provider. And we did it from scratch, but meet a lot of challenges through building it. And so I'll tell you how we did it in step-by-step process, and you can expect that I'll gonna discover some really useful reports for the guys with whom we work this time, and also you can expect that I'll share some useful guides for you, so you can learn at home probably some interesting tools. As well, you can expect some very cool Midjourney generated pics. However, this presentation was built by a human. So let's dive in. A couple of words about my company and myself as a storyteller. My company called Valued Analytics, which is actually because of my surname. And we do different projects in the field of the data. We build data architecture, data engineering pipelines, analytics, whatever. And currently we are 25, 24-ish people in the company. We completed for the last year about 35 projects. And what about myself? So I have a PhD in data science, but after 10 years of not studying, I decided to take another adventure and complete master's degree in the United States university called Georgia Tech. And I am a husband, a father, and a lead brain behind of one popular Russian Telegram channel called LeftJoin, and I played tennis. Enough about me and my company. Let's get into the business. Do you remember the Lords of the Rings film movie? And you probably remember there was a ring that brings you some mystical power and even can turn you into the damaged creature. But thankfully, the data is not that twisted, and it actually can help to drive your product growth, to improve your marketing efficiency, and to increase your customer level satisfaction. But to do so, you need to turn data into actionable insights. And we will take a look how you can actually benefit from it and raise your business profit. So, as I mentioned, to work with data, you really need to master it. In having a really huge amount of different data sources, it doesn't mean you are its master. And the challenge you have is to turn the data into actionable insights. And you have a couple of options to do so. You can use the information with specific graphical forms that allows you to make business decisions more easily and smoothly. And to do so, you can build charts, reports, dashboards, and customized alerts. And we will see how we did it for our customer. And yeah, probably still you are wondering how it applies to you and how it can help you. And as we all know, for product manager to start working on any kind of project, you need 3 key ingredients: caffeine, brass balls, and a data-driven strategy. And to build this data-driven strategy, sometimes you need to implement different types of analytics in your product. It could be a sales analytics, a marketing analytics, a product efficiency, trends, and predictive analytics. Excuse me, I'm missing the button all the time. And what's more important, you also can enjoy all the information you have, like sipping your morning coffee in a comfort way and gain some really useful insights with a specific tool, which actually a dashboard. And on the screen you can see one dashboard that we built for a customer. We will talk about it later. It was a marketing expenses dashboard, but the main idea of it, you will see the really on one place all specific and useful metrics that helps you to grow your product and to improve your marketing efficiency. So our customer, this tech provider, they are a fast-growing startup, and usually these type of companies, they experience the same problem. They are facing a lot of unstructured, numerous data sources, and they need to master it somehow. But they lack a systematic approach how to do so, and they don't have in-house competences to do so, and they don't even know sometimes who to hire in this case. But also, they have a compelling desire to do better and to grow faster and to make their decisions really efficiently, so to how to build their product with looking on their data. And the protagonist of the story is a Refocus Digital Academy. Those guys, they are working on the Southeast Asia, and their aim is to build the whole area of Southeast Asia to learn IT professions. So for them, we built a couple of useful things that they can lead to other specific ideas in their product and how to improve their content, for instance. And for them, we build revenue wrappers, cohort analytics, sales analytics, and the rest. Couple of examples I'll show a little bit later. So you may wonder how these wrappers and everything we built help them. And there was about 6 components that I can mention that was really very efficient. The first of all was about the product. So they have a courses context structure, and once we build the report of how students progress through the content, they realize some courses bottlenecks. And this was a student progress report. There will be on a couple of slides later. Next, they also analyze their refunds reasons. So they realized that for some reason, non-priority leads, which they were attracting all the time, were the main refund requesters. And once they realized it, they can improve their sales funnel and just to focus on only the priority leads. Next, they depicted the customer journey and improved their customer satisfaction. So after all, we built and we did a huge job on how to improve their sales strategy. So they had a really huge team of sales managers, and the task was to understand which sales manager is more efficient, which is least, and to really understand how to improve the team of sales. So which amount of leads each sales manager can take and just to complete, and whose conversion is better and who is worse. And finally, they also had a career center. And after realizing the career center analytics, they can predict how many managers they need to staff up to fulfill the whole demand coming from their students. But how did they come into this point? So as any other fast-growing startup, Refocus was a team of people who just working manually with the data. I believe you probably are familiar with this routine, so you just basically build some kind of a Google spreadsheets tables, you connect different data sources, you build wrappers, and once you are doing so, this is fine, but at one point it won't work. Because you have really huge amount of data sources, you need to combine different data sources between themselves, somehow to match people and students across the whole products you have. And they decided to do it automatically. And to do so automatically, they need to build the data warehouse, the data architecture, and then to build reports on top of it. That was a problem for them, because as I mentioned before, they didn't have any resources related to the analytics, and they didn't know how to do so. And this is the point where we pops up. So we had a really various experience in data analytics projects, and so we can help them to to build a journey from nothing to the working analytics that can improve their product. We made a few significant improvements to their data architecture. The first of all is a scalable data architecture on the screen. This is like a little bit techy, but the most important thing about it is that they had just probably 7 or 10 different data sources, and they need to combine them into the data warehouse. So they had to transform somehow the data, match the data, aggregate it. For this reason, we implemented the Airflow software tool. Is basically a monitoring and orchestrating tool for you to combine and transform the data. Finally, the data comes into the analytical data warehouse. In their case, it was Google BigQuery. And after all, you can build reports with a business intelligence tool like Tableau. And so Tableau is a tool that allows for a team of analysts like me to represent the data in the like any visual form for business representatives like you. The second result we dug out for them was the really huge amount of different specific for any business department dashboards. So they had a product team, they had a sales team, marketing team. Each of them has their own dashboard, and they can look at figures on a daily routine to understand the trends, what's going on with the data, and the rest. And talking in general about this roadmap, what we are doing. Basically, first of all, we need to understand what is going on in their business. So it's kind of an audit process where we talk to each business representative, product owner, marketing owner, sales owner, and we need to understand what their final goal is, just how will they use the data. The next step is to understand how data flows are coming, how we need to combine them, how we need to process the data. And those two are the most important because it's like a project in the house. You need to have a plan, then engineers can build everything. And in our case, the third step is basically data engineers to build data pipelines, to build data warehouse, to fulfill it, and it's much easier work for us because we have all these competences. It's a repeating and ongoing process. We build reports using the data warehouse, and finally, reports are available for them in an online interactive manner using the Tableau Online tool. So stack of technologies is pretty simple. It's kind of a mix of commercial tools and open source tools, but it works really great for startups and companies who are about just to build analytics. Talking about such a project for any company instead of Refocus, the processes will be pretty simple and completely the same. So we have some kind of data sources we need to work with. In case of tech providers, usually they have learning management systems, but other businesses may not have it. So, but all of them usually have some kind of a CRM system, the task trackers, messengers, whatever you have. You need then to combine all the data, collect it, clean, match, enrich, whatever you need, to finally have it somewhere in one place. Usually this one place called Analytical Data Warehouse. And once the data is available in Analytical Data Warehouse, you can build reports on top of it. So in a very simple word, it will be like, we take all unprocessed data that you have in any data source you have, we process it, and finally, you have reports that I built for you. And for this reason, in 21st century, we use a set of tools called Modern Data Stack. It is suitable for cloud businesses, and you can really benefit from it if you are about to build some kind of a cloud analytics. We built a guide with my team. If you would like, you can take a look and read and probably familiarize yourself with this set of tools. So a couple of challenges we faced during our journey with Refocus. First of all, it's because we are an outsourced agency that helped them. We had to understand specific things that was going on in their fast-growing startup. The first one was technical. Sometimes people from Refocus, they changed data sources and didn't notify us. For us, it's super important to know when something changes because then we can reflect it into the data warehouse and build actionable wrappers. The second was their communication. So we had to communicate with different owners from their team. And in the beginning, it was really fun because it was just one member, or probably two, but they were growing and growing. And once we had about 35 people we need to communicate with, we raised the problem and issue that they need to hire someone in team just to organize the whole communication process. And finally, we have a little bit different working cultures. So for us, it's important to have work-life balance. For my team, that people can work from Monday to Friday and have like Saturday and Sunday when they rest. For fast-growing startups, they weren't ready for radio silence for 44 hours on Saturdays and Sundays. But finally, we agreed that some kind of differences in working culture shouldn't be the problem, while we are still building super nice analytics for them. So now to the examples. The first one is about the actually product analytics, and we called it a completion rate analysis. So here on the chart, we basically have cohort analytics for different payment cohorts of their students. And they, once they seen this picture, they realized they had a problem with home tasks. So if they had a home task for a student and it will take more than 7 days, the retention rate dropped in a big number. Once they fixed it, the retention rate became flat and stable, so you can see it across different cohorts besides the first one. The next one is, this should be hidden because it's basically the same report in a different manner. Okay, now funnel analytics. Funnel analytics help them to understand the sales funnel and to identify the bottlenecks they had. An example as a result of these analytics, this is kind of a dashboard where you can select specific courses, select specific users or regions, whatever you have, and you can identify potential problems. And they identified one problem. So their sales script affected negatively the leads conversion. And they have seen it for a specific cohort of users, and finally they can fix it to improve their sales conversion. And the last but not least is a market and expenses dashboard. We have seen it in the beginning of my presentation. So this is one dashboard that allows you to track cost per lead, customer acquisition cost, all other important business metrics that you have, and to realize which marketing campaigns are efficient and which are not. I'm sorry that all the figures are blurred. It's because of non-disclosure agreement we have. I can't show any details because it's the data of our customer. And what you should do in case you are about to build the same routine for yourself. So you need to understand that kind of analysis you are going to build really depends on the amount of tools you are using. As I mentioned before, for instance, if you have a learning management system, you are about to build one type of analytics. If you are using CRM and some track conversion systems, you can build conversion reports. So it really depends on the tools you have in your stack of technologies. The second that is really important, that there is no size-fits-all solution. So each time we are building the project, we are observing that customers have their own specific problems they need to solve, and each time it's kind of a deep understanding of a domain. In your case, it could be completely the same. You have to understand what's going on in your domain and how you would like to improve your product or customer satisfaction. And of course, when you are building data analytics, there are really a lot of different multiple visualization options are available, and you need to pick the one that is appropriate for you, and you need to probably consult with your data analytics person who really knows which is the best way to visualize and analyze the data. And when you are building data analytics, you have to answer 3 simple questions from my perspective. Is first of all, what aspects of your product do you want to analyze? The second, what tools do you plan to use in your work? So what should be in your stack of technologies where you are about to collect the data? and which goals actually are you pursuing, and what means do you see fit to achieve these goals. So this is about like strategy, understanding what you are doing to build your working data analytics solution. And basically it's all I had to tell you today. If you would like to talk about data analytics, you can book a call with me if you like Lords of the Rings or my presentation or tennis. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Yeah, hello, Nikolai. My name is Kirill. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It is a pleasure to hearing about analytics at this camp. So my question is, how do you support your services that you provide to their customer? I mean, you said about reflecting changes in data warehouse and so on. It is an ongoing process. So how do you manage it after the work is done?
Yeah, normally we help them to support everything they have. It's kind of an ongoing monthly retainer for our customers, and normally project around a couple of years that we are doing. So this is something they just ask us to do, and we help them. Sometimes we advise to hire an in-house person once we see that we are not needed and everything is working smoothly. But sometimes for a startup, it's better to work with us in a continuous way, just because you don't have really a big amount of things to be done for one person.
Yeah, thank you. And the second question is, do you provide some self-service tool for analytics for your customer? I mean, it is about like management dashboards, all of these sales funnel and so on, and maybe more like grounded tool, like to explore your data.
Yeah, we have a couple of solutions for this. It's more about the last stage of my picture, which is called the BI tool. So when you implement an BI tool, there are lots of possible choices you can have. And one of them is a self-service analytics tool. So I can mention, for instance, Looker as a self-service tool that you can implement and benefit from it. But it's kind of a big project sometimes for you to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Pierre. Sorry. I have a question for, are you using any machine learning or AI into your analytics?
Sometimes, yeah, but actually all my background is linked to the machine learning and data science. I was a fan of it. I built my PhD in using neural networks. But once I started my business, I realized it's not the function business would like to delegate. So normally we are more about the fundament of the data, like to build data engineering pipelines, to build a data warehouse. Sometimes, however, we help customers to build, let's say, simple things like how to predict a churn, how to predict LTV, and the rest. So for this reason, you need also machine learning models. But we can't do an outsourced job for building like deep learning model. Nobody will outsource it.
Hello.
Hello, Nikolai. I'm not sure if you mentioned how you handle the data and if other companies are a bit reluctant in sharing the data with you for obvious reasons.
Sorry, didn't get it. What do you mean?
How do you handle the data that, for example, your client gave to you? They don't feel like reluctant to share data with you.
No, we are working on the cloud environment that they have. So this, it was in my picture, there was a data warehouse called Google BigQuery. So you can connect from any place in the world, and you can have an access, and some specific roles is built for us, so we can then help them to do everything they need.
Other questions? Okay, then. Oh. Sergey, I'm happy you're back.
Yeah, thank you. A simple question: How you built your relationship with your clients? First step, second step, NDA, and maybe etc. How you work with your clients?
You mean starting from pre-sales?
Yeah, after pre-sales. So just imagine I am a client. I have some problems. You can solve them. And what's the next steps?
So we need to discuss with you the task itself, so what's kind of a problem, and understand can we help you at first. It's the step 0, because probably we don't have such competences or resources that we can allocate to your project. Once we understand we can, there is a process when we have a standard service agreement. If you have a non-disclosure agreement, we will sign the non-disclosure agreement. Then we are about to build stages of the project, which will be the first step, which will be the next step. For each of stages, we have separate invoices normally, and so it's kind of a process where we have different documents for each stage.
Do you work in sprints? I'm continuing the question. And how do you reflect on requirements change over the project?
Yeah, we for instance, with Refocus, we work in sprints that last 1 week. It's a very small sprint, but they are very, very fast growing. So they can change the requirements during 2 days or 3 days. So yeah, it's a kind of agile process. For instance, of the Refocus project, I have 5 dedicated analysts that are working right now. And this is a kind of a standard process, I believe, that each time you are facing when you're doing such a project in-house. So we like an in-house team, but outsourced.
Okay, thank you. And last question from me. How do you onboard these external customers when you're done with the whole system? Like, is it on your side, on their side, to like explain maybe to C-level how all these dashboards work?
It's a great question, by the way, because there are several things to discuss here. First of all, from the technical point of view, we build documentation for customer to understand how it was built. Because once we are done with the project, they need to maintain it if they don't want our support. And for them, is documented as built. Regarding the onboarding for analytics, the point is that normally the request is coming from business stakeholders. And if a stakeholder is asking for specific types of analytics, normally he knows for which reason he needs it. And we didn't meet so much onboarding for each of the requests they had.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much, Nikolai. Let's thank him one more time. And unexpectedly, the last speech is mine. So I will change my moderator microphone to the speaker microphone. Hello, hello. I think the previous was louder. It's okay? All good? So, I will tell you now how we use the data for PR and marketing activities and how we manage to automate a part of this process. And let's get to know each other better. I'm Yulia from SEMrush. Currently, I'm working as a research agency lead, and together with my team, we create the external studies to expand the brand awareness and to help our PR and marketing. I don't have a strictly technical background. I studied both economics and data science. And currently at my workplace, I also manage a lot of different things, from technical tasks to managerial. So that's why I love my job, because it's really different each day. So the plan for today is the following. First, a short intro into SEMrush as a tool, and I will tell you about my team and what we do. And to show it better, I will show you a couple of cases, and then we will switch to our tools, which we developed to make our processes better. And actually, my story is not about some huge tool with a lot of users which helps to save or earn billions of dollars. It's more about how you can look at your processes at a different angle and find some options to automate things and to make your life easier. And I hope that my story will inspire you in some way. So, I already told you about SEMrush as a company, and this is the screenshot from our tool. Our tool is based on data, a lot of data, big data, as we like to say it. For example, you can see how significant the interest to product management is based on the number of searches in Cyprus and in other countries. This is the data of searches in Google, our estimates. Or we also have a tool which estimates the number of visits to different websites all over the world. So I decided to see how much the traffic to OpenAI.com grew, so ChatGPT. How the traffic grew since they released ChatGPT, and as you can see, it grew about 32 times since November, so really curious what's going to happen next. And at some point, my colleagues from PR department realized that we can share this data with the journalists, because this data doesn't only help our clients to build their campaigns, do search engine optimization and all this stuff. It also contains a lot of information about world trends and people interests or even their hidden desires. So we started to share this data with the journalists to support their stories with some numbers. And when they mention our data, they also mention the company. And this is how we gain more brand awareness and more mentions. Usually these are the mentions in big media like Forbes, New York Times, Business Insider, CNBC, and different TV channels all over the world. So this is how we get these mentions on such a big platforms for free and with relatively small input from our side, let's say. And now I will show you a couple of cases so that it will be 100% clear what we do as a team. So my team analyze all this data which we send to journalists or some other external partners. For example, each year we make a study about Black Friday, and based on the data in SEMrush, we can, for example, see what are the most popular products or brands searched together with Black Friday or over this time period. Also, we can estimate the paid efforts different e-commerce platforms put into Black Friday activities or cover the interest to sustainable shopping or online shopping in general. And this is a great topic because here we cover two audiences, because this case is interesting for a general reader who just want to learn the latest trends, and for the businesses, because businesses prepare to Black Friday each year. It's a very important time for anyone who sells something, so it's important for them to know the trends. So this is how we communicate with different audiences using our data. And this year, last year, last Black Friday, the study was published by Business Insider, also by one of the biggest Spanish media, La Vanguardia, and some other media all over the world. And we not only work with structured data, not only with numbers, also we work with unstructured data, for example, texts. In 2020, when COVID hit the world, there was a really tough situation in Italy. Everyone was talking about that. And by the request of a journalist, we collected the tweets from Twitter about Italy to see what people say about Italy right now. And together with our study about perception of Italy abroad, we were mentioned in the interview with Italian Prime Minister. And what is even more interesting, that Prime Minister himself, when he was presenting in front of the Italian Parliament, mentioned the study, and this is a great example of how highly valued can be the information which is backed up by data. And a little bit of numbers. So our successful data case may bring us about 100 publications and republications all over the world. And if we speak about the studies which are published on our blog, they usually gain about 28% more of traffic compared to other articles published on more or less the same time. And as you can see, this activity appeared to be quite valuable for the company, really successful. And we decided, at first, we processed everything manually. So when a PR manager got a request from a journalist, they came to us, to our task tracker, and created a task there. We as a team prioritized all these tasks and took some time to complete them. Then we shared the data with the PR manager. There was some back and forth. We were answering the questions and maybe made some fixes, and only then they shared the data with the external person, with a journalist or someone else, and also there could be some feedback. So there were like a lot of steps, a lot of participants. And we started to think, how can we automate all of that, or at least some part of that? And as a solution, we saw some internal products which can help to export this data without our direct help, so that any PR manager could do that themselves. And there were some other reasons behind the tool creation. First of all, while we were working more and more with such cases, as a team, we started to get bored of that. They already felt for us something like a routine. We wanted some more challenging, something new, but of course we couldn't just avoid doing this task because they were important for the company. We couldn't just drop it. And we already started to make bigger studies, but we didn't have enough time to dive in because we didn't have, we had to make the smaller tasks. Moreover, we work a lot with both colleagues and journalists and partners from other parts of the world, other time zones, and usually this is North America and Latin America. And sometimes such requests may appear in midnight European time. And we could just miss them physically because we were asleep. And PR is a super fast thing, and usually you have like 2 hours to complete the request. And of course, we didn't want also to miss such opportunity just because of the time zones issue. And in general, we just wanted to speed everything up. And these are the steps which we undertook to create our tool. I want to say here that it wasn't just about creating a tool. It was a lot about learning, because we are, as a team, we are the team of data analysts. We didn't have an experience developing web services. We didn't have an experience of building online platforms creating them. So it was also a lot about education. The first, but probably most important thing is that we decided that we want to do everything by ourselves. We are not going to hire any developers for that specifically. We are not going to search for some developer within the company who can do it for us. We want to learn it by ourselves. But of course, we had some concerns. Will we even manage with such project if we don't have enough experience? So we decided to run a first simple test task. Each of us separately had to create a web service locally where you could upload some file. It was processed in some way and returned to you. And when we were done, we had a meeting where everyone showed the results, shared some experience, maybe what problems they faced. We had a great discussion, and afterwards we made code review for each other. And this step helped us to understand that it's not as scary as we thought in the very beginning, and we actually can do this. Also, we found, even though we didn't want to find someone who do it for us, we found some advisory. within the company, and it was a really great decision because at first they helped us to build an infrastructure for the project and also answered a lot of questions in a very fast way because it's much more efficient than Googling something which you never saw before, never worked with that before. I hope some of them are watching us online, so guys, if you do, thank you so much. And this slide actually is made to promote the internal mentorship and advisory within the company because it speeds up a process so much and you motivate growth of your own employees a lot. So if you don't have this in your company, please introduce it in some way. And then we decided to try something from the product-oriented approach, and we ran a set of interviews with our users, potential users, mostly PR managers, and of course these questions shouldn't be like, how do you see the tool, or what buttons should be there? We should understand their main pains, where they work when they work with our data. So we asked what are the main complexity they face now, what problems they see in the current solution, what do they usually do after we share the report, what questions they get from the journalists. It all helped us to see how the process should be changed or maybe tweaked to fit their needs as much as possible. And also we wanted to improve their confidence working with our data so that they can do it by themselves without asking us a billion of questions, for example. And based on these interviews and our own experience working with such cases, we created wireframes, which are basically the drafts of the interface. And it showed us how the tool should look like, what we should develop, what buttons should be there. And as you can see, we didn't use any specific tool for that. It's just a screenshot from Google Slides. You know them pretty well, I guess. And unfortunately, here should have been a GIF which shows how everything runs, but due to technical limitations, I should have switched to PDF. So this is how the final version of the tool looks like now. You insert there your filters, let's say, and you are getting a Google spreadsheet with all the data you want. So basically now it takes 1, maximum 2 minutes to export such data. Without direct interaction with us. And it's not the first version, it's like the current version. The first version was a bit less fancy, a bit different. Yeah. But the report itself is not enough, of course, because our users should understand very well what is the data, where it comes from, how to work with that. So our onboarding was really serious, I would say. First, we prepared the set of test tasks or problems to solve together with our colleagues. And we had one-on-one calls where we solved these problems together and saw how they react, how they act in different situations. Also, we prepared some additional educational materials, such as some useful formulas for Google Sheets, which they can use to get the most of the data which they get from our tool, and also like calculate maybe some additional stuff. We prepared, of course, FAQ and documentations, which is available on our knowledge base and can be easily found anytime. And of course, when we are online, we are ready to assist and help if they face some problem or bug they haven't seen before. And of course, we made some analytics. We track the activity on our tool, and we made this simple dashboard, which shows us how people use the tool, how frequently they use different features, and it not only help us to track the activity there, but also make some changes in the tool. For example, in the very beginning, our main report had 2 different types of data, let's say, and a user could export both of them at once. And we thought that this is such a great idea, like everything in one place, but it appeared that most of them, in most scenarios, they exported just one piece of data. So we decided to split these tools and made them easier and more transparent. And this is how analytics helped us, because we saw which data they export, and we saw that this is either one or another. And this is the chart which basically proves that our initial hypothesis about automation efficiency really was proven. We can see that the violet bars is the number of tasks on our task tracker, and it declined, while the yellow bars are the number of requests to our tool, and it increased since the moment we released the tool. So as you can see, now we are getting a lot of requests each month, and what I also want to mention here, that they not only make some specific data PR cases, they also can use this data for some internal analytics or maybe to test some hypothesis, because if a PR manager have some idea what data they can share, they previously came to us and asked like, oh, can we check if this search volume is large enough? But now they can do it by ourselves and also not communicate with us at all. So why this solution actually worked for us? First, you don't need any specific technical skills to work with our tool. Sometimes you don't even need Google Sheets formulas because we have the basic ones already in the report. So this is super easy to use for anyone who doesn't know how to code. Then, even though we have the data export in our main SEMrush tools, they don't fit PR needs. And our reports, they made specifically for all these PR and marketing cases. So that's why it's so easy to work with them. Also, we have multiple sources of data in one place, so you can, with 3 buttons, export the data from multiple places, and maybe in the main SEMrush tools you had to go to multiple web pages to do that. And you don't need to update one page 12 times to export the data for 12 months, so everything is seamless, let's say. And our onboarding process proved to be helpful, because now colleagues really feel confident working with our data and working with our tool. But it doesn't only a working solution, it's also a very efficient solution. First, we almost didn't have any extra costs. The only thing which we spent is our time, which we actually got back when we released the tool. And as I said, we didn't hire anyone, so these efforts, they were not that large. And while the tool is internal and doesn't have a lot of users, we have a pretty simple, let's say, stack. The whole tool is written in Python using Flask framework. We use Postgres to store the tool data, and we use MongoDB to use our analytics, to store our analytics data, and Plotly Dash to make a couple of dashboards for tracking. And of course, we grew a lot the team expertise. We realized that we are not only analysts now, but also developers at some point, and maybe we can do something else. So we decided to automate something else. It's not already about the data, but it is also about marketing. So as any company, we have our branded guidelines. They include a lot of stuff from designs and branded colors to tone of voice and maybe even some grammar rules. And this document, our communications and style guide, contains 100 pages. And it's really hard to remember everything at once if you're just a human. So we decided that we can do something to help our colleagues to stick to these guidelines, let's say. So we made a tool. The idea behind that is pretty simple. You insert your text, and the tool highlights all the things which may not, for some reason, coordinate with our style guide. So this is, of course, is just an example to show to you. It's not our real marketing communication. What do we do? The stack behind that is basically the same. So on the back end, the text is checked for multiple things. We check the capitalization rules, data format, date format, sorry. We also compare the American and British spelling because for us it's important. We may highlight some potentially harmful or dangerous words. Also, we check the tone of voice and calculate the readability metric for the text to understand how hard or easy it is to read for an average reader, let's say. And on the front end, then you receive a text with just basic HTML formatting, which shows what spots should be revised by the author of this text. Even though this tool is already used by our colleagues to make some checks, there are still some things to be changed, some problems to solve, let's say. So first, we have a lot of different checks, and this is sometimes it can be an issue because all these words should be highlighted in different colors, and sometimes it may be overwhelming. So you should invest really a lot of time into design and into UI front end to make it as transparent as possible for the users and not to left them confused with all these colors and different hover texts. Then also any user want to see here some really direct recommendation, like go to this line and change this word. But for a machine, it's not always easy to catch the context of the some specific word or sentence, and that's why we only give recommendations. We only highlight the spots where we may see a problem, and we recommend to revise that. But for many users, it may be confusing because they are like, okay, but I know how I use this word. So this is also like issue which could be solved by machine learning, by ChatGPT, for example, or something, some like language model. And also we have a very like detailed tone of voice, our branded tone of voice. And even for a human, it's not always easy to define the tone of voice of some text. And for a machine, it's even more complicated. So we want to, at some point, implement more detailed model which can estimate different like levels of tone of voice so that it will be more transparent for our users. And this is basically it, what I wanted to tell you about our tools. Let me sum up with some points. So I believe that automation motivates creativity because when you get rid of some repeated basic tasks, you give yourself a lot of time for creativity, for creating something new or more complicated, for decision making. So I really motivate you to think where you could see such roadblocks, let's say. And as I showed, you don't always need a big team, a lot of resources, or some super complex technologies to make your life easier. Again, we want to say that advisory is a key. It's super helpful, and it's important to share the knowledge within the company. So I recommend you to keep an eye on your roadblocks, and the product-oriented approach will help you to make your changes as smooth as possible. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. If you come up with a question later, you can write me on social media. And again, please follow our social media to follow SEMrush. We post some great content in all these sources, so please join. Any questions? Everyone is tired already, I guess. Yes, all these tools are internal, but SEMrush is not an internal tool. Okay, then, if you don't have any questions, thank you so much for joining our track. Thank you for your time. I understand that there was a lot of information, so thank you again. I need to remind you that now you shouldn't run away, because there will be like a closing session in the main hall, and also at 9 p.m. we start an after party, so please come join for even more networking and a great time. Thank you all for coming. It was a pleasure to host this track.